Labą dieną, mėlieji. Labai džiugu, kad jūsų čia daug susirinkote į šią gražią auditoriją filosofijos fakultete. Ir, kaip žinote, Vilniaus universitetas atidarė Pedagogikos centrą, kur, manau, tai mūsų yra pirmas susitikimas ir tikrai ne paskutinis, ir dar gal šiais metais ne paskutinis. O čia aš norėčiau pradžioj keletą žodžių duoti tarti šios Pedagogikos centro vedėjai, gerbiamai Sigitai Girdzijauskienei.
Labą dieną. Tai mane profesorė Valentina jau pristatė, aš esu Sigita Girdzijauskienė, vadovauju prieš metus, dar ne visai metų gimtadienis yra suėjęs įkurtam Vilniaus universitete Pedagogikos centrui. Ir Vilniaus universitetas iki šiol neturėjo galimybės įsteigti, tai turbūt ne vien tik ne ta galimybė, gal tiesiog poreikio tokio nebuvo, bet kuo toliau, tuo labiau mes matome, kad didėja jaunų studentų noras būti studijuoti. Gal paskui būti mokytojais, tai kaip būti mokytojais, bet kol kas studijuoti. Nes niekada nežinai, kada tas noras jisai prasiverš į paviršių, ar ne, ir dalis studentų besimokančių savo pagrindinėje, kaip mes sakome, specialybėje renkasi gretutinės studijas, tai yra tam, kad įgytų mokytojo kvalifikaciją. Antroji mūsų centro veikla yra mokytojų kvalifikacijos tobulinimas ir mes be galo džiaugiamės, kad tai yra mūsų pirmasis seminaras kartu su profesorės organizuotas, kai centras tikslingai su visom akreditacijom, jau turintis visas akreditacijas, gali pasiūlyti mokytojams kvalifikacijos tobulinimo kursus. Mes labai tikimės, kad jūs matysime tikrai ne tik tai šiame renginyje, ne tik tai kituose renginiuose, kurie yra galbūt tikslingai informatikos, matematikos mokytojams organizuojami, bet ten galbūt bus galima, mes galėsime pasiūlyti ir kitokių seminarų, kitokių kursų, kur pakviesime jūs dalyvauti. Tai aš ilgai nešnekėdama, nes vis tiek laikas yra brangus, tai tiesiog linkiu jums gero darbo, matysimės per pertraukas ir dabar dėl tokių visokių formalių dalykų turbūt labai svarbu žmonėms žinoti, tai kad pažymėjimai bus šiandieną, jie bus jau ten pačioje užsiėmimų pabaigoje. Tai ne per kavos pertrauką, kada jinai bus, kavos pertrauką planuokitės maždaug šiek tiek prieš 4 jinai prasidės, o pažymėjimai jau bus pačių užsiėmimų pabaigoje. Tai linkėdama gero darbo, daug nekalbu ir iki pasimatymo.
Ačiū. At first, I'm sorry that I see some my Erasmus students who doesn't understand English. Martin, hi, that you are here. But I would like to tell that my slides will be in English, so you can ask if you. And the first hour will be my talk about Lithuanian informatics, teaching Lithuanians for 30 years. And then Gary, Stager, and Sylvia will come. They will come in a few minutes. And also they can follow slides. So I'm sorry, but I'm very, very happy that you are here. Aš dabar su jumis kalbėsiu lietuviškai, nors atsiprašau, mano skaidrės tiesiog nebenorėjau daryti 2 variantų, nors kažkokius turiu, bet yra ir angliškai, kadangi mes laukiam svečiai, sakė, kokią 15 minučių vėluos ir tiesiog gal kad jie galėtų irgi sekti ir uždavinėti klausimus. Ačiū. Paskui nebūtų kaip Trumpui, kad sakė, kad jo mikrofonas buvo per, žinot, čia mūsų svečiai kaip tik stebėjo visas diskusijas ir šiandien guodėsi, kad jo mikrofonas buvo per blogai palenktas. Tai dėl to Hillary pirmauja. Tai mano šiandien tokia trupučiuką eklektiška kalba. Aš, aišku, labai džiaugiuosi matydama jūs tiek daug nuostabių veidų, kurių kažkaip kartais pavardės jau savo veidai savo, bet tikrai yra iš jūsų akių matau, tai yra esate tie mokytojai, veržlūs mokytojai, nuostabus mokytojai ir man tikrai labai gera matyti jūs čia ir dar taip irgi simboliškai, kad pirmasis Pedagogikos centro atidarimas ir kad mes galėsim su jumis ir daugiau dirbti ir oficialiai aišku, visuomet galim buvo dirbti, o dabar oficialiai jūs galėsit gauti pažymėjimus ir matau tiek žmonių atvykusių čia iš visur, Rasa šypsosi ir kiti ne iš Vilniaus, o iš toliau už Vilniaus. Ir tai tikrai man šiandien tokia trupučiuką galbūt ir šventiška diena, ir dar matau Richardą, kuris čia irgi matyt daug, prisimenu čia diskusijas kelis kartus, arba bent jau šitam pastate, bet vis laiką neturėdavau laiko ir dar taip irgi nostalgiškai pamaščiau ir Kostarikoje žiūrėdama į Paperto, beje, Papertas Kostarikoje kaip tik ne vieną kartą skaitė pranešimus, ir Gary Stager, kuris čia bus, jis irgi skaitė pranešimus, ir vienas iš plakatų, aš ir dar Facebook įdėjau, kad jo skaitytas 14 metais, ir čia išduos ir paslapti, kaip man ir Kostarikiečiai sako, betgi tai brangiai kainuoja šitie lektoriai, tai yra nes jie Amerikos vis tiek reikia išvažiuoti. Sakau, taip, mes labai turtingi, nes dažnai dalies jų šaknis būna Lietuvoje. Ir aš tiesiog net nežinodama, bet atspėjau, nes Geri aš tiesiog neturėjau kada asmeniškai įsikalbėti, bet kadangi pirmadienį buvo pas mano studentus ir sakė, paskui taip netyčia parodė man nuotrauką ir sako, kad mano kažkur čia prosenelis buvo Vilniuje gimęs. Taip, kad naudokimės kartais mūsų irgi visais ryšiais ir yra džiugu, kad mes mokomės, dirbame drauge ir tai irgi yra mūsų visa kultūra ir gebėjimas irgi mokėti, pasinaudoti, jūs tą pat turite ir vaikai, gerai prasme pasinaudoti ir vaikus mokyti, irgi, kad mūsų ryšiai kultūriniai tęsiasi visam pasaulyje ir jeigu ko nors nori, tai yra gal mano irgi ta, ko nors nori, turi siekti, turi pats eiti. Aš kartais irgi žaviuosi estais, kurie pernai ir užpernai ten irgi jaunas estukas, kuris ten mane nespėjau išlipti iš automobilio, buvom Makedonijoje, nes mane pakvietė dėl programos informatikos patarimų, staiga estos iššok ir sako, jūs Valentinas, sakau, taip, aš noriu to ir to ir to, nes mano tema ten tokia, aš noriu sužinoti, jūs ten mokyt, kaip jūs mokyt, visą kitą, ir aš ten 2 valandas ir vėl paskui. Tai aš ir savo žmonėms sakau, tai jeigu jūs ko nors norite, tai nelaukit, kad jums kažkas duos. Matot žmogų ir pulkit jį, aš taip darau visam pasaulyje ir dėl to gal man ir kai kur ir sekas, ne visur sekas, bet kai kur sekas ir kai kur galiu ir atvežti ir čia žmonės. Tai, o šiaip mano šita paskaita, na, aš stengsiuosi ne tiek ilgiau, kad kai tik tai pasirodys svečiai, galbūt ir perduosiu tą žodį. Norėčiau ir daug jums ką pasakyti, gal irgi simboliškai, kai kas, tai yra, iš vienos pusės yra simboliška, kad mes pradedam 31-osius informatikos mokymo metus. Aš jau irgi netgi atsinešiau knygą, kur čia yra nuostabus Ališausko Richardo žodžiai, tai irgi galite pavartyti, daugelis jūsų prisimenat, bet ne visi. Ir galite irgi Richardui užduoti kokį klausimą nes šitą, kai parašiau beveik 10 metį, aš šiek tiek buvau nutolusi nuo informatikos mokykloje, ne šiek tiek, gerokai nutolusi, nes tiesiog jau maniau, kad programa, daug dirbom prie programų ir kažkiek, kad man labiau domino dirbti su doktorantais, aišku, mano doktorantai, kurie čia irgi sėdi ir jie darom irgi švietimui ir su švietimu, Gabrielės irgi informatikos konceptai, Linos irgi yra testavimas ir čia dar kitų, kurių nėra, ir daina su Mūku ir visai, bet tai yra, ne visai kitas lygmuo, tai yra daugiau tyrimų, daugiau to akademinis lygmuo. Ir dabar, mane vėl pakvietė atgaivinti informatikos programas, kaip mums seksis ministerijoje, tai yra mes pradėjom dirbti tik tai nuo rugsėjo mėnesio, nuo rugsėjo 1 didelė grupė, čia gal vienas kitas, aš net nežinau, ten visų net nepažįstu, bet aišku, kad dideliai grupiai gali tik tai padiskutuoti, pasišnekėti, bet dirbti reikia vis tiek keliesi ir netgi dažnai vis tiek lieki vienas ar pora žmonių, kurie padaro, paskui išdiskutuoja, aišku, tai yra susitarimai visas, bet viena mano buvo sąlyga, kad arba dirbam ir padarom programą maždaug per porą mėnesių, bet iki naujų metų, bet aš jau neturiu laiko, mano jau gyvenimas nebe toks jaunas, kad aš galėčiau skirti 3 metus kažkokia vienam ilgom diskusijoms. Tai yra susitarimai reikalingi, bet nemanau, kad programa yra pats svarbiausias, kaip mane mokė ir kiti užsieniečiai. Programa turi būti susitarta kažkiek, bet svarbiausia yra čia jūs esat sėdintys
patys mokytojai. Aišku, sakys, svarbiausia vaikai, taip ir turi būti, bet svarbiausia yra mokytojai, nes jie darys, jie įgyvendins ir jie savaip įgyvendins. Programoje ten įdėsim vienokios kitokias gairelės, ne tiek, bet svarbu tai, kaip jūs dirbsite, kaip jūs, ir iš kitos pusės, kiek mes jums kaip mokslininkai irgi pateiksime, ne tik mokslininkai švietimo, pateiksime tam tikros medžiagos, kad jūs galėtumėt, kad jūs turėtumėt tą minimumą, kad jūs turėtumėt išteklių. Tai va čia yra visas, bent aš manyčiau, sakau, tai va simboliškai gal šiandien, kad mes pradedam ir naujam pedagogikos centre, ir mes gal, kaip čia, savo širdyse pagalvosim, kad vis tik tai informatika Lietuvoje 30 metų ir įžengėme 31 informatikos mokymų metus, tai irgi yra, gal reikėtų, gal ir UPC galvoja, gal ir sukurti ir svetainės, gal irgi specialiai. Tiesiog, ką mes turime gero, kad irgi nebespėjame pagalvoti ir pasigirti, ar parodyti, ar kartais irgi tos dienos arimas, nebepaliekam tos šventės vainiko iškelimui, ar ten putojančio alaus stikliniai, ar ko nors ten užbaigimo, ar naujų darbų, kad galėtum vėl su nauja energija vėl pradėti naujus darbus. Tai ir kita pusė, tai yra galbūt, sakau, irgi simboliška, kad informatikos programa ruošiamas ir turėtų būti atnaujinta kitiems metams, tai yra pradedant nuo pradinių ugdymo ir dabar mes koncentruojamės, tai yra pradinis ugdymas ir pagrindinis ugdymas, nes sakiau, neimkime, nes su egzaminais ir vidurinis ugdymas ten yra tam tikra kita specifika ir galbūt reikia atskirai atskirti šitą gabalą. Tai aš dėl to ir sakiau, kad čia aš gal norėčiau susitikti dar šiais metais su jumis ir tada pateikti programos greičius, nes dabar aš pradėjau juos šią naktį tokius jau rimtesnius greičius 5 valandą, rytoj grupę tęsim 5 nuo 9 visą dieną ministerijoje, tai važiuosim, kas bus pirmadienį, bus didžioji grupė, kuri pakritikuos, na ir taip, kol aš Lietuvoje labai smarkiai dirbsim, kai aš ne Lietuvoje, tai tada galvosiu daug. Tai, o ne Lietuvoje, bet čia mes irgi su komanda išvažiuosim į SEPO, tai yra, kai dalis jūs ir žino, tai yra informatikos mokymas informatikos mokymas vidurinėje mokykloje, konferencija. Jau 9 konferencija vyks Münsteryje, Vokietijoje ir džiaugiuosi, kad mūsų čia irgi keliesi ir mūsų pranešimai yra, kad šita konferencija išaugo. Jūs gal atsimenat, kad 2006 metais buvo Lietuvoje 2. Tai yra čia irgi šioks toks mano indėlis Europai, kadangi 2005 metais Austrai šitą konferenciją padarė Klagenfurte, amžinatilsį profesorius Rolandas Mittermaieris, kurio jau nebėra tarp mūsų. Jis tada dar 2006 metais buvo čia Vilniuje. Jis sirgo gana kraujo liga ir mes irgi turėjom tokios patirties, kad čia jam ligoniniai kas antrą dieną perpildavo kraują ir labai sėkmingai mūsų medikai susitvarkė. Tai irgi yra tam tikra problema, kai atvyksta užsienietis dar 2006 metais, bet pasirodo, kad viskas yra įveikiama. Tai aš iš Rolando perėmiau konferenciją ir jam pažadėjau, kad jinai gyvuos, bent sulauks 10-mečio. Na, tai tikrai sėkmingai sulauks 10-mečio ir kita yra numatyta 10 konferencija Helsinkyje, 11. Hi, hello. So in half an hour I will give you your floor, okay? You can now relax a little, but if you have questions, you can ask me. Tai apie ISEPO aš norėjau pasakyti dar, kad ir tie mokytojai, palaukit, čia ar tik nėra savažiuosi? Tu į kitą konferenciją šiek tiek, bet galvoju, kad ir mokytojai, gal kurie kartais irgi entuziastingai, kurie norėtų, ar kur pasieškokit, tikrai tai Erasmus ar dar kažkokių galimybių yra galima irgi nuvažiuoti. Kita konferencija kitais metais bus Helsinkyje, irgi netaip toli ir manau, kad bus labai įdomi, kadangi dar irgi toks mano čia minčių lietus, kadangi Suomiai pradeda mokyti programavimo, jie gana rimtai, jie irgi darė ten keli programavimo, privalomai programavimo visose mokyklose, bet ne pradiniam lygmenį, o, na, nežinau, 7-8 klasės, man atrodo. Šiaip kartais, žinokite, dar viena tokia pastaba, kai sakoma, kad daug kas yra pradinėje mokykloje, beveik visur, 90% pasaulyje pradinė mokykla yra nuo 1 iki 6. Tai va, tai mes kartais irgi, aš sakau, o pas mus nėra pradinė. Nu, pas mus yra, 5-6 klasė yra. Tas pats, pavyzdžiui, kad ir Kostarikoje lankiausi mokykloje, sako, pas mus privalom informatiką pradinėse. Nu, tai aš irgi sakau, pas mus irgi privalom pradinėse jau seniai, tai yra 5-6 klasės yra. Čia kartais ir. Tai va, dabar tiek tokios bendriausios informacijos. Dabar aš norėčiau labai taip trumpai irgi, nes manau, jūs susirinkom ir mes visi čia labiausiai pasiklausyti mūsų svečių už Atlantės, o ne mano čia išvedžiojimų. Ir tai aš norėčiau labai trumpai tai perbėgti. Čia jūs dauguma jau čia žymiai jaunesni, tai jūs jau ir kai kurių yra nežinot ir neprisimenat, bet vieną kitą skaidrę tiesiog prisiminti ir pagalvoti per 30 metų ir gal kokią nors refleksiją ir Richardas mesteltų, būčiau labai laiminga, jeigu 5 minučių kažką pasakytų ekspromptų. Čia yra, čia aš turiu, tai čia yra toks maždaug pasaulinis tas mūsų mokymo ciklas, kas yra kaip informatika ar informacinės technologijos. Dabar aš čia kalbėdama neskiriu informacinės technologijos informatiką, nors iš tai yra gerokai skiriasi, bet dabar mūsų ne tas tikslas, tai yra kaip pasaulyje, ypač Europoje, nes gal Amerikoje aš mažiau žinau, tuo labiau, kad ten yra 50 valstijų ir irgi gal skirtingai, bet yra maždaug, kad mes dabar nuo maždaug prieš 3 metų pasaulis sukluso apie informatikos gilesnį mokymą. Tai matot, ateinam, aš labiausiai buvau įtraukta į tuos viduriniuosius, ypač į tarp 90-ųjų ir 2000-ųjų, kai ten irgi informatikos programos keitėsi ir daug ką darėme. Tai štai prisiminkime jaunųjų programuotojų mokyklą, kuri, na, taip jau dabar yra perduota Kaune ir mažiau mes jau tiesiog nebeturime jėgų ir nebeprisidedam, bet tai irgi buvo išauginta ir šitiek mokinių ir įdomu yra, kad išaugę yra dirba ir kompanijos, ir versle, ir džiugu susitikti. Aišku, čia kita dalis galėtumėm kalbėti apie olimpiadininkus, kurie buvo irgi čia ir toliau matau bronius, toliau juos augina ir kiti mokytojai auginate ir licėjaus mokinių. Na, tai štai 81 metai. 79 metais jaunųjų mokykla praktiškai gimė mano kolegos bendražygio Gintauto Grygo ir tada aš dar studentė buvau ir kaip pradėta, bet jau 81 metais pradėjome tuo metu laikraštyje spausdinti, laikraštyje Komjaunimo tiesa, tai yra dienraštyje spausdinti algoritmavimo pamokas. So here I'm talking about history just because it's 31 years of teaching informatics in Lithuania, information technology. And here 30 years ago we published, more than 35 years ago we published our lessons about programming, teaching programming in the daily newspaper. So you can recognize here some from newspaper. Tai čia yra mūsų istorija, mūsų kultūra, ką mes darėme gerai, ką blogiau darėm, tą galim pasimokyti, tą buvo įvairūs laikmetis. Tai kokia buvo tuo metu programa, kaip matote, čia buvo jaunųjų programuotojų programa, pagrindinė programa, dalis iš to atėjo ir į vidurinę mokyklą, nes vidurinėje mokykloje mes ne programavimo vien mokėme, bet vidurinėje mokykloje mes pradėjome mokyti ir čia dar aš praleisiu būtų, kad greičiau, čia aš dabar apie tai, ką mes, ką mes vis dėlto išmokome, kokios aš kaip permąsčiau tą ne tik jaunųjų programuotojų mokyklos, bet kartu ir informatikos mokymo mokykloje, kokius mes gerus dalykus, kuriuos aš galiu įvardinti ir pasaulį. Aš ne vieną pranešimą dariau, kur kvietėsi mane ir ne tik Europoje, bet ir prieš 1,5 metų dariau Pietų Korėjoje, kvietėsi dideliam pasauliniam kongrese. Įdomiausia, kad tas kongresas buvo skirtas kompiuteriams, net nemokymui, bet buvo keli pranešimai ir buvo mano pranešimas kaip tik apie informatikos mūsų patirtį. Tada aš turėjau būtinai apgalvoti, ką mes galim pasiūlyti pasauliui, tą, ką Lietuva padarė gero. Tai čia aš tokius išskyriau kelis punktus. Vienas tai yra užduotis, taip gimė daug užduočių ir, kur pati aš irgi galbūt vėlgi galvoju, vėl mūsų šaknis grįžta į vaikystę ir tai, kad aš turėjau puikių mokytojų, tai, kad aš turėjau puikų matematikos mokytojų, tai, kad aš mėgau kurti uždavinius, kad aš spausdinau, mano uždavinius paskui pradėjo spausdinti tuo metu rusų žurnalas Kvant, kuris yra gana buvo žymus ir nuo to matyti ir tęsiasi, kad aš sutikau Grygą, kuris irgi mėgo uždavinius, kad pradėjom jaunųjų programuotojų mokyklą ir paskui tęsiasi toliau, kad aš dabar besimėgaudama kuriu bebrų uždavinius ir dalyvaudavom olimpiados ir visa kita. Taip, kad vėlgi aš tada pagalvoju, kad mūsų dalia kaip pedagogų, mokytojų yra svarbiausia nukreipti mokinius, padėti atrasti jiems patiems save. Tai yra, kas tu turi geriausia, kad tu tą išplėtotum ir iš to atgautum duoną, užsidirbtum duoną. Tai yra tas pats svarbiausias. Galvoju, taip paprasta gyvenime yra. Gimsti, tavo mokytojas dar padeda, tu atsiskleidi, dirbi ir nugyveni gyvenimą. Tai yra beveik nieko sudėtingo. Toliau yra tas lankstus mokymasis. Aišku, dabar mes pradėjom, tada mes net to žodžio neturėjom lankstus mokymasis, nes ir tada galimybė, lankstus mokymasis buvo dar vienas dalykas, kad galėjo laiško atsiųsti užduotis, taip, nes paštas veikia ir Lietuvoje visai gerai veikia. Tik vėliau atėjo kompiuteriai, elektroninis paštas ir visa kita ir tada pradėjom tą lankstų mokymą deklaruoti. Bet tai jaunųjų programuotojų mokykloje mes sakėm, kad kažkaip jau čia taip dirbam kitoniškai, nes galime atsiųsti laiškų. Bet tai yra vertybė ir kaip dabar irgi vertinam ir kad šito toliau mokymosi ištekliai, mokomoji medžiaga ir tai yra svarbu mokytojams, nes tikrai puikiai suprantu, lygiai kaip ir ne visi, ir mokytojai, ir ne visi privalo būti kūrėjai, juk ir ne visi, tai yra, turi būti ta pagrindinė visiems minimumas medžiagos, mokytojams, mokiniams, visiems turi, iš ko paskui tu gali susirasti arba savo kelią, arba pasidaryti daugiau, arba pasidalinti su kitiems. Tai va ta mokomoji medžiaga, kuri yra labai svarbi ir kuri turi lydėti programą. Toliau mokomoji ir mokymosi medžiaga, čia gal abu. Ir tas pats čia mes irgi sakėm, kad yra svarbus, nesvarbu, kiek tu gali daug ką padaryti netiesiogiai, ir dabar labai puiku, kad transliuojama, kad ir rašoma, kad gali pasinaudoti. Bet, tie žmogiškieji susitikimai, akis į akį, ar ten susitikimas drauge, šypsena, visą kitą, nors sako, jau dabar internete daugiau perduosim ir šypseną, ir jausmus, ir visas kitas, bet vis tiek mums reikia pamatyti, reikia pajausti, mes gauname tą per sinopsę į savo biologinį, bent aš tikrai, manau, čia daugumą jų, tai yra susitikimas ir konferencija, kur tu gauni be galo daug informacijos, paprasčiausiai sėdėdamas, stebėdamas, ne žodžiais, ne kitais. Galbūt bus kažkada, kad galima bus perduoti iš smegenų į smegenis. Aš tikrai svajoju apie tai, bet kol kas mes vis tiek mums reikia susitikti ir pajusti tą srauto tekėjimą iš mūsų galvų ir mąstymo. Tai prisiminkime Papertą, štai 2000 Papertas, kaip žinote, prieš porą mėnesių išėjo iš gyvenimo. Ir čia mano vienas, matyt, tai buvau aš viena iš paskutiniųjų, kuri mačiau Papertą, kalbėjausi dar su juo, nes tai buvo, jais Papert in Hanoi. I talked to him last evening. It was 10 o'clock the evening when we talked, and accident on the morning he had this accident. Tai aš turiu nuotraukų, kurių paskui prašė irgi ir pasidalinti, tai buvo, bet kadangi jis buvo toks entuziastingas ir aišku, aš tada irgi išdrįsau, ne tik, kad dar ten porą žmonių ir mes užlaikėm jį ten, gal jis 10 valandą tik paleidom. O rytai turėjo būti jo paskaita, bet jo nebesulaukėm. Jis tiesiog partrenkė jį viename einant per gatvę ir paskui jisai jau buvo, tai yra, prarado aparuoti smegenis ir ten jisai buvo vaiko lygmenį maždaug. Geris daugiau čia pasidalins Papertų idėjom, kurios kuriomis mes daug ką turime ir perimam, nesvarbu vienokią ar kitokią formą, bet tai yra iš tikrųjų iškilus žmogus ir mes galim irgi pasidžiaugti, kad mes turime knygą Minčių audros, mes turime ją lietuviškai ir vėl galime grįžti, nes ten yra tų minčių nesenstančių, nesvarbu, knyga parašyta 80 metais jo, bet idėjos yra tiek ir matematikams labai tinkamos ir visas mes galim ginčytis, nesutikti, labai gerai, kai nesutinkam, reiškia ieškom, aš ir pati daug kartų nesutinki, paskui vėl po 10 kartų nesutikimų vėl pergalvoju ir galvoju, taigi aš netaip interpretavau ar dar kažkas tokio. Tai yra džiugu, kad turime tokių knygų. Čia 86 metai mūsų formalus ugdymas, kai buvo išleista, išverstas, tiksliau sakant, čia išverstas pirmas vadovėlis, nes tai aišku buvo Sovietų Sąjungoje liepta visiems mokyti, aš čia trumpai irgi primenu, kurie nemokė tais laikais, kad buvo liepta mokyti, 85 metais Rusijoje visi mokė, bet mes atsispyrėme Lietuvoje, kad sakėm, kad mes negalim mokyti iš rusiškų vadovėlių. Tai buvo irgi Baltijos šalis gavo tą specialų leidimą, bet pradėti vėliau vienais metais, kadangi mums reikėjo išversti vadovėlį. Ir dar plus Lietuva, ką laimėjo, gaila neišliko to dokumentų, net nežinau, tai Richard ar pas tave, ar kur ieškota, kur buvo gautas iš Maskvos leidimas, žinau, kad buvo ant tokio popieriaus į paskalį įdėti, nes jie turėjom būti išverstas vadovėlis labai tiksliai, kaip yra, ten buvo rapyra ir kas dar ten, Malgols, ar kažkas tokio jau nebeprisimenu, bet tos tai liepė išversti, bet mes įtikinom, ten Grigas rašė ir atrodo, tu buvai prie tų, kad įtikinom, kad turi būti paskalis įdėtas, taip mes irgi laimėjom tam tikrą kovą ir buvo leista vieną lanką įdėti paskalių. Bet nėra to dokumento, nerandu, aš irgi norėjau čia irgi. Taip, tai vėliau atsirado 91 metais, Grigų atsirado vadovėlis originalus Lietuvė, kuriame buvo, gal taip sakykim, 2 dalis. Informacijai skirtos, šiek tiek darbų kompiuterių ir algoritmai programavimas. Tai va dabar, jeigu atpažinsit po šito 30-mečių, mes vėlgi artėjam į tą gilesnį informatikos mokymą, tai irgi supratimą, aišku, kitam lygmenį, čia buvo, vėlgi dabar, jeigu pažiūrim akademiškai, visą kitą, bet kitam lygmenį grįžtam, kad vis dėlto mes kompiuteris yra informacija apdoroti, mes turime galvoti apie informaciją. Tai yra įrankis ne pats savaime, kad jį mes mokytumėm, nagrinėtum, bet kad mes jį skirtumėm problemams. Probleminėms situacijom įvertinti ir spręsti. Ir čia tos 2 sritis, aš paminėjau dabar, kur mes galvojame apie ugdymo išskirti, informatikos ugdymo tokias 6 sritis, išskirti, neišskirti, galim integruoti visai, bet irgi informacija, programavimas lieka tos 2 sritis ir dar daugiau ateina jų, sakykime, kaip ir virtualus komunikavimas ir išsiskiria socialiniai teisiniai aspektai, išsiskiria skaitmeninių turinių kūrimas. Tai, bet aš čia, kai susitiksim kitą kartą, tada kalbėsiu apie programos sritis ir tą. Tai mes turėjom, čia mūsų irgi nuo 97 metų, mes turėjome privalomą kursą 9-10 klasėse, vėliau informatikas, vėliau pereina į 11, tai yra turėjom iš pradžio tos pagrindinė 11-11 klasėse, paskui nusileidžia į 9-10 klasės ir nuo 2005 metų, čia reikia paminėti ir Vaino Brazdeikio dėka, kad jis labai inirtingai stumė, kad turi būti informacinės technologijos 5-6 klasėse, dar iš pradžio ir dvejojom ir visą kitą gerai. Bet buvo tai pasiekta, kad nuo 5 klasių 1 valanda per savaitę informatika mokoma privaloma iki 10 klasės, o ten jau, tai čia toliau jau jūs geriau gal žinot šitą istoriją, čia yra dabartinės, this is our now, today, our teaching informatics, teaching information technology, it's mixture, and now we are working on more deep informatics curricula or computer science curricula for primary and secondary school. But this is a situation at the moment. Tai čia, kaip matote, programavimo ar to tokio gilesnio informatikos suvokimo irgi yra 5-6 klasėse, vat irgi tas modeliavimas ar kur logo ir Scratch'as. Actually here is modeling with computer, Scratch and logo based, some schools working with logo, some with Scratch. Ir taip toliau 11-12 klasės tai yra tikrai tokia baisi eklektika, pusė skusto, pusė lupto, nei informatika, nei informacinės technologijos, bet tiesiog toks laikmetis, turime tą, ką turime, bandykime išsiturutuliuoti iš to. Toliau aš jau praleisiu, kad nebūtų čia mums, nes galbūt tikrai įdomiau yra daugiau ką. Čia aš norėjau tiesiog apie programavimo egzaminus. This is we have programming exam, matriculation exam, who is 50-50 from information technology and 50 from content of computer science or informatics. Oh, you want it. I will give you some slides, so it doesn't matter, but actually we are not satisfied with this 50-50 when we made something wrong with our decisions. Tai čia yra kokius mes programavimo uždavinius duodam, bet čia jau jūs tikrai puikiai žinote, nes čia yra jūsų šiandienybė, tiksliau sakant. Na ir norėčiau vis tik tai paminėti, gal ne visi čia žinote, o gal žinote, kad labai džiaugiuosi savo doktorantų, kuris ir čia sėdi, Bronius Kupų, kad jo disertacija davė praktinę naudą, ne tik tai yra jau realiai apčiuopiama nauda, pagal jo sistemą yra egzaminų centre ir egzaminuojama pusiau automatinė sistema įdiegta ir jinai nieko nesugriauna ir veikia. Tai yra irgi jau kiek ten 3 metus ar daugiau. Jau daugiau laikas eina daug. Taip. Čia Broniaus kaip tik tai disertacijos viršelis, kuris iš to tiesiog jo darbas, nes kartais ir netiek daug darbų, kurie praktiškai grinai tokiu pat pavidalu yra ir pritaikomi praktikoje. Na čia taip, dabar čia galima kuo pasidžiaugti, ką mes dabar turime. Šiuo metu turime mes nuo informatika, kaip matote, mes vadinam informaciniam technologijom, taip, mes turime ją nuo 5 klasių iki 10 privalomai, kur ten yra 1 valanda integruota, kaip jūs ten žinote, 10 yra pasirinktinių, bet čia aš jau pradėjom, man užrašyta nuo 15 metų tą modernų informatiką, todėl kad buvo jau 15 metų netgi pradžioje sukviesta UPC, UPC, gal taip, Mokslo ministerija davė nurodymus UPC ir buvo sukviesta didelė grupė, kurioje ir aš buvau, bet mes ten dirbom 1,5 metų ar daugiau, šiek tiek, 1,5 metų matyti nuo pat, ar gal net 14 pabaigos, bet taip niekur nepadarėm. Tai yra visą laiką diskutavom ir turėjom tą parengti programą, bet kažkaip stebuklingai kažkuris politikas šiais metais, aš galvoju, iš kur čia taip staiga atsirado toks stebuklingas žodis, bet kažkas ten Seime, gal čia Ričardas daugiau žino, aš tiek nežinau, nesidomiu, kad staiga pasakė, kad informatika turi būti mokoma, turi būti peržiūrimos programos ir turi būti ne tos, bet moderniau. Ir staiga tada rugsėjo 1 dieną sudaroma komisija, kuri sakoma dabar, kad tikrai turim greitai padaryti programą. Na, ir aš irgi sakiau, kad tada jeigu mes ryžtamės ir padarom greit, nes tikrai nereikia diskutuoti vėl 4 metų. Tai va, tikiuosi, gal dabar turėsim iki naujų metų ir galėsim su jumis padiskutuoti. Aišku, kad čia jūs esate tie, kurie irgi galite vienaip ir kitaip pasiūlyti, bet vėlgi aš pabrėžiu, kad ne programos yra pats svarbiausias dalykas. Svarbiausias dalykas yra jūsų norai, jūsų įdiegimai, mokyti ir tos pagrindinės graidės reikalingos, bet šiaip tai vis tik tai. Čia aš irgi pasakau, kad mes informatiką turėjom nuo 80 96 metų ir mes jos neišmetėm. Jeigu aš pati savo norėjau tikinti, nes kartais galvoju, taip, 2002 metais mes perdarėm informacinės technologijas ir aišku, labai grėbėmės, to laikėjo, toks laikmetis, gal labai grėbėmės ir netgi paskui taip užsiciklinį ir pats ir grėbėsi mokyti labai, visus išmokyti taisyklingai, rašyti, Word'u, skaičiuoti Excel'u, nustatyti paraštės, spausti tokius ir vis labiau ir kartais, kai būni kaip voverėtame rate, ciklinės ir galvoju, dar vis tiek tiem ateina ir pas man irgi ateina studentai ir vis tiek jie nemoka nustatyti paraštės, nors tu ką, ir vis tiek jie nesulygiuoja ir vis tiek jie nepaleidžia to rano. Ir paskui ir staiga taip atsiloši ir supranti, kad gal ne nuo to galo mokai, gal reikia mokyti tuo metu, kai dirbi, kai darai kažką, o ne tuomet, ir vėlgi pagalvoju, kad ir mane, jeigu mane dabar kas lieptų mokytis kažkokio tai, ko man dabar nereikia, tai taip, tai aš ten, jeigu reikia egzaminą išlaikysiu, kiekvienas galim išlaikyti per 3 paras bet kokį egzaminą, ten net ir japonų kalbos minimumą gali. Bet yra tai, ar aš tikrųjų, tai man kiek nors taps to kūnų krauju, nes tuomet tik taps, jeigu man reikia padaryti. Jeigu man reikia padaryti dabar programą, taip, tai aš dabar susidėjau ir pusę nakties ir galvoju ir žiūriu, kaip kiti darė, kokia struktūra, kaip kis kita. Nes taip, tai aš pasižiūriu ir viskas, man to nereikia, gerai. O tai čia lygiai tas pats ir su mokiniais ir kažkur vėlgi mums reikia naudoti šitą. Tuo metu, kai mokiniui naudoji, kai kažką praktiškai darai, tai tuomet. Ir tada vėlgi. Ir lygiai tas pats ir su informatika, kad jeigu mes griebsimės mokyti ir programavimu, kad koks nuostabus yra sąlyginis sakinys ir koks nuostabus yra ciklas. Taip, man gal jis yra nuostabus, nes aš jau esu to specialistė ir man nuostabus, aš galiu palyginti, koks nuostabus Pythonė, o įdomu, kaip ten procesing išreiškia dar kitur. Bet tokių yra, tai natūralu nedaug. Bet mokiniui yra nuostabus tada, kai jisai mato, jam reikia kažką čia suskaičiuoti ir jis nenori rašyti 15 komandų. Ir tada jam yra nuostabu, kad yra kažkokia priemonė, tą aš padariau. Ir visur lygiai tas pats. Bet kai programoje šitą jūs suprantat, kad programa jau yra nebegyvas daiktas. Jeigu tu norėsi parodyti nuo problemos sprendimo iki galo, vėlgi, aš irgi dabar galvoju, programą išskaidai komponentus ir vėl nebesusijungia. Susijungti gali jūsų pamokose. Susijungia taip pat kaip ir mano kalboje ir kažkur kažkas dar, arba darbuose. O jeigu mes išskaidome komponentus ir vėl pradedam galvoti ir lygiai tas pats mokyti, čia yra tas pirštas ir apie pirštą dabar mokysim, čia yra ko, bet tas pirštas tai yra valdomas smegenų ir dar kitur visą kitą. Tai aišku, ir vėlgi tas menas ir išskaidyti elementus ir juos sujungti ir vėl pasižiūrėti. Aišku, kad turi būti ir tų elementų. Aš čia nesakau, kad mes kitaip kartais neišmokoma, jeigu tu nežinai, bet turi būti, bet tuo mes galim didžiuoti savo profesiją, kad esame mokytojai, todėl, kad mes mokame mokyti. Ir mes randame išeiti iš įvairių situacijų. Ir mes matome, kaip prieiti prie vieno vaiko, kaip prieiti prie kito. Kuriam reikia tą vieną elementą ar kažkokį pirštą rodyti 10 kartų, kažkokią komandą kartuoti ir n kartų, o kuriam reikia tik užsimeni ir jis jau daro. O kuriam iš visi galbūt ne ta visa komanda rūpi ir jam reikia dar kažko kito. Tai štai yra tas mūsų menas dėliojimas. Bet vis dėlto mes informatikos tų elementų mes tikrai turėjome. Vienaip ar kitaip, mes jų nepraradome, mes darėm, aišku, dabar mes darysim klaidas, nes toks yra gyvenimas žmonių ir dabar su nauja programa ar kažko mes vėlgi velsim viso ir mokysim šiek tiek ne to, šiek tiek ne tai, bet bandykime bent labiausiai ko bandyti mokinius, kad jie džiaugtųsi bent dalimi pamokų, kad jie darydami, irgi atras save, kaip mes irgi atradome, kur gyvenim, kur mūsų vieta. Tai čia yra iš tos programos, kurios dabar mes čia ir tą su grupelę ir rašome, yra pagrindiniai principai. Ir, sakykime, taip įsirituliavo ir tos pagrindinės sritis. Aš jau čia pristačiau, aš šitą patarinėjau, šitos principus, jie atkeliavo man iš maždaug prieš porą metų. Pradėjau aš jos, nes mane pasikvietė kelios šalys, net tai kelios, galbūt daugiau, apie 10 šalių, kurios pasikvietė kartu su ekspertais patarti, kaip pertvarkyti informatiką jų šalyse, sakykime, kaip ir Makedonija, kurio gana ten sėkmingai dirbom. Olandijoje pernai pavasarį, Olandai labai efektyviai dirbo. Jie tiesiog pernai pavasarį, balandžio mėnesį pasikvietė ten 10 ekspertų iš pasaulio, pasodino savaitę, mes ten savaitę padirbėjom ir rudenį jie jau turėjo programą. Pernai labai taip simboliškai gražiai, pernai Kalėdos, sakė, Olandijos ministerijos kalėdinė eglutė buvo papuošta informatikos nauja programa. Tokių daug prispausdino, man irgi atsiuntė, dar ekspertų sulaukė. Šiemet jie jau pradėjo mokyklos visur pagal naują informatikos programą padarytą ir ten mūsų, man užrašė, kad sėkmingai dirbus Olandijoje, įdėk, pabandyk ir savo Lietuvoje patvarkyti programą. Tai aš sakiau, kad jeigu mes šitą pasikviesime ir Olandą, kuris yra ten tos grupės buvo vadas, galbūt irgi su jumis, gal jūs irgi galėsite užduoti ir klausimų, ir kur gal vienas iš seminarų atvažiuotų čia vienas ar porą žmonių ir jeigu norėtumėm, galėtumėm irgi susitikti. Tai va čia matot, yra tos 5, dabar mes padarėm 6 sritis, tai tik da irgi kaip va tą problemų sprendimą, kaip, nes jis yra tarytum, kaip ten sakykime, jeigu sritis, o jis eina per visas, tai dar irgi man, nežinau, kaip ten išrutuliuoti visą, bet kas yra aišku algoritmai programos, aiškus yra tos socialinės kompetencijos, kurios pavadinom virtualiu komunikavimu, aiškus yra etika, visi tie dalykai, kad jie yra labai svarbus, aiškus yra informacija ir duomenys, ar ten pavadinsim tai, bet tai jie čia gali būti ir nuo viršaus pirmam ir kaip jos išskirs ar vienaip ir kitaip, ir aišku paskui nuo koncentro, nuo mokinių lygio priklausys, bet tos dalis yra gana svarbios, ir taip pat skaitmeninio turinio kūrimas. Tai va čia skaitmeninio turinio kūrimas, kuris ir tai būtų, ir ką mes irgi darom, bet kad ir su ten skaičiuoklė, ar su teksto rengiklė ar kažkur, bet mes kažkokiu tikslu mes kūrėme skaitmeninį turinį. Tai va šitas, bet tiesiog nebe tai akcentuojame Word, Excelį, o akcentuojame tai, kad mes kūrėme ir vaikai, tai yra mūsų mokiniai kūrė. Kągi, aš gal daugiau jau norėsiu ir baigti, čia yra daugiau apie konceptus ir tiesa, čia mes daugiausiai su Gabrielė, čia jau kelių metų darbas informatikos konceptus ir kurios irgi klausėmės, tai irgi užsienio ekspertų tarimų, kurių informatikos konceptų reikia mokyti mokykloje. Ir čia aš paminėsiu šitą informatiką be kompiuterio, čia Geris turi labai skeptišką nuomonę bet visiškai suprantama, nes yra kitas kontekstas, kadangi Australijoje, kur yra per daug to mokoma be kompiuterio ir jų kita linkme, pas mus ko gero, kiek iš jūsų žinote informatiką be kompiuterio? Jūsų gana daug, taip, čia aš jau tikėjausi, bet vėlgi tai yra balansas, tai nereiškia, jog informatika be kompiuterio arba bebrų uždaviniai turi būti kiekvieną dieną ir visur. Tai vėlgi mes niekuomet nieko nesurėtume, nes nėra vieno, kaip nėra vieno vaisto, kuris gydytų ligas, taip nėra nei vienos priemonės ar nei vienos, net ir vieno metodikos ar metodo, kad galima būtų viską išmokyti ar kur nors. Bet kaip ir laukia visos gėlės yra tada pieva graži, kai jų visokių įvairovių yra, jos visą. Taip ir čia tiesiog žinoti, ir kalbus jums visai netiks, nemokykit, bet jeigu kažkam tiks, prašom. Ir tos priemonės, kad jų yra ir aš čia metodų irgi sakiau, kad visi yra įvairūs metodai ir ypač pradinukams, kad jis irgi sakoma, kad ten per daug prie kompiuterio nenorim, kad sėdėti, gal nebūtina, gal galime 10 minučių padaryti ir kitaip, ir informatiką pasimokyti ir judant, ir ten kinestetika, ir dar visokiais kitokiais metodais. Ir tas tiesa computational thinking, tai va tas informatinis mąstymas, čia gali būti mano ir atskira tema, jeigu kada norėsim, nes ten turiu gana daug minčių, bet čia aš jau ne mano tas tikslas buvo, bet aš labai džiaugiuosi, kad Korėjoje, kai mane pakvietė prieš 1,5 metų daryti pranešimą, tai buvo pakviesta ir Jonathan Wing, kuri yra informatinio mąstymo, computational thinking, ta propaguotoja pirmoji, sakoma, kad ji pirmoji paleidė, iš tikrųjų Paperto buvo jau, bet Paperto buvo, kadangi jo pagrindinė idėja buvo ten tas konstruktyvistinis mokymas, tai tas to informatinio mąstymo, nieks neišpopuliarino. Ir Jonathan Wing, paskui šiaip labai užsiėmusi moteriškė, dabar jinai ten dirba jau ne universitete, o tyrimų centre. Ir tas pats, ką mes Čia dar galima, aš norėjau, jeigu turėčiau laiko ir panagrinėti, kad tai yra čia tas vadinamasis godusis algoritmas, pavyzdžiui, net į šitam uždavinį, kiek tik nori, kiek čia gražių yra informatikos savokų. Ir tuo labiau dar čia irgi iš vienos pusės tinka godusis, iš kitos pusės netinka ir ko tik nori. Ir štai vienas iš, čia netgi ne dabar, o čia prieš, matyti, 5 metus jau, ar daugiau, gal šitas uždavinys irgi bebrė buvo. Labai žadėjusi. Gal tu ką mojai?
Tai Valė daug ką pasakė. Man pats įdomiausias dalykas buvo mūsų ieškojimai, tos pačios programos. Nors šiaip aš esu priešiškai nusiteikęs prieš visas programas, čia yra tarp kitko ir Paperto įtaka. Jisai visą laiką sakydavo, įsivaizduokit vaiką gyvenantį pagal Gosplanų nurodymus. Tai neįmanomi dalykai. Vaikai negyvena pagal programą, jie visai kitaip elgiasi. Tai tas programavimas vaiko, jis nelabai prasmingas dalykas. Ir aš visą laiką taip labiau decentralizuotai galvodavau ir iki šiol taip galvoju. Tai vat ieškojimai programų man visą laiką buvo ne tiek, kad nustatyti kažkokius tai valstybinius aiškius labai ten detalius reikalavimus, bet atverti galimybės ir atverti naujus požiūrius, kas galėtų būti. Ir tik priklausomai nuo mokytojo profesionalumo gali kažkas tai įvykti. Nežinau, kas iš čia esančių, gana daug ir jaunų, turbūt ne visi prisimena, kažkada mes istorinis įvykis Lietuvoje, informatikos mokymo programa buvo iš 3 eilučių. Buvo dar ir tokių laikų, aišku. Tiesiog mes pasakėm, kadangi tiek buvo įvairi situacija Lietuvos mokyklose, vieni turi kompiuterių, kiti neturi. Mokytojų patirtis labai įvairi. Vieni moka, žino įvairiausias programas, kiti iš vis irgi tik teoriškai pasimokę. Labai skirtinga. Tai kokį čia gali įvesti standartą? Tas standartas išeina tik tai pats minimumas. Kažkoks, ką visi gali realizuoti, nes tu negali programai rašyti to, ką visos mokyklos, visi mokytojai nepajėgūs padaryti. Tai mes buvom tokį drastišką sprendimą priėmę, kad yra įmanoma, kad ta privaloma dalis yra 3 eilutės, 3 temos, o kaip ją mokytojas išskleidžia, tai yra nuo jo meistriškumo priklauso. Tai yra tokia teorinė labiau dalis apie informaciją kaip fenomeną, ką mes ir dabar turbūt nelabai jau dėstom, bet net ir žiūrint į tą programą, ką Valiai parodė, problemos supratimas, ar ne, tai yra tie dalykai, kas yra natūraliai daroma su informacija, komunikacijos dalykai, informacijos dalykai, surasti, suprasti, perduoti, išsaugoti, tai yra natūralūs dalykai. Kompiuteris čia tik tai mūsų istorijoje kaip vienas iš instrumentų atsirado. O tai, kaip aš kartais pateikinėjau, kad nors mano karjera yra tokia, kad 3 skirtingi atrodo dalykai, kompiuteriai programavimas, švietimas, vadyba. De facto jie visi yra, po jų apačiai yra ta pati kibernetinė komunikacinė informacinė schema. Yra kas perduoda informaciją ar signalą, yra kas priima ir kažkaip į tą signalą reaguoja ir kažkaip grįžtamai į ryšį organizuojasi, ar tie žmonės tą išmoko ar ne. Tai šiuo atveju kompiuterį programuoti yra lengviausia. Vadyboje jau truputėlį sunkiau, ne visada ten išeina iš žmonių išpešti tai, ko nori, o švietimą tai turbūt iš vis sunkiausia. Vaikai apskritai neprogramuojamas subjektas. Bet po apačiai yra ta pati schema. Tai viena iš idėjų buvo, kad per informatiką ir pateikti, parodyti tą fundamentalų požiūrį, kas darosi, kad tai yra fenomenas mūsų pasaulyje. Informacinis komunikacinis fenomenas po apačią, kur netgi visos fizikos jėgos, visi reiškiniai gamtoje, kai kurių mokslininkų yra aiškinami komunikacinių principų. Žemė traukia Mėnulį dėl to, kad susišneka, viens kitam signalus siuntinėja, susižino, kad viens šalia kito yra kažkas ir tada nusprendžia, kad reikėtų judėti. Čia tik tai įvaizdis toksai, bet tokių teorijų egzistuoja. Tai tas fundamentalumas šito reiškinio ir kad žmogus visą gyvenimą ieško, kaip geriau tos uždavinius informacinius atlikti, galėtų būti toks viena iš tokių krypčių. ir ta tema buvo užduota. Aišku, informacinės technologijos kaip moderniausias būdas, ką žmonija sugalvojo, kaip su visu tuo elgtis ir kaip savo gyvenimą palengvinti. Ir programavimas, neišvengiamai. 3 pagrindinės temos buvo vienu metu programoje. Ir dėliojom įvairius variantus, įstatymas, maždaug informatikos mokymo ta programa. 3 eilutės, viskas, taškas. Antras raundas buvo, antras lygis, gelbėjimosi ratas vadinom. Tai Grigo ir Valentinos vadovėlis su mokytojų knyga. Žodžiu, labiausiai aprūpintas variantas, ką galima daryti per informatikos pamokas, pradedančiam mokytojui, kuris baigė tik kažką, galbūt tik tai kursus poro savaičių, kaip kad tuo metu dar būdavo, ir tau reikia jau dirbti. Tai tas gelbėjimosi ratas, variantas, kaip galima tą išdėstyti pagal tą labiausiai valstybės aprūpintą variantą, kur yra daug ko, ir knygų, ir vadovėlių, ir gali ir be kompiuterio, ir panašiai. Toksai. Tad trečias variantas buvo, trečias lygis mokslininkų įžvalgos. Kažkas naujo, ką aš jau minėjau, atvert kažkokius naujus požiūrius ir stipresniem mokytojam galbūt nori pamėginti kažką daugiau, kažkokio naujo, kur truks galbūt ir literatūros, ypač vaikam. Gal mokytos prieis prie jos, vaikas jau tikrai turbūt ne, bet drąsiem mokytojam, kurie galėtų išbandyti kažką tai naujo. Ir dar buvo 4 lygis, mes jį vadinom savo statistiką. Tai yra tai, kas realiai mokyklose vyksta. Ėmėm iš konkrečių mokyklų jų programos variantus ir skelbėm, kaip dirba tas mokytojas tokioj mokykloje. 4 lygiai, visa tai buvo informatikos mokymo programai publikuota. Ir tas įstatyminė dalis, ir gelbėjimosi ratas, ir kažkokių tai naujovių, ir pavyzdžių iš mokyklos gyvenimo. Realių pavyzdžių, kaip mokytojai dirba. Tai bet visą laiką tas mąstymas buvo toks atvėrimo, neuždarimo, kaip gosplanas ar ne, tik tai taip ir ne kitaip dirbat, bet pabandymas buvo atverti. Tai tas ieškojimas man iš tos istorijos buvo labiausiai įdomi dalis, tarkim, kad neužverti, neužtrenkti durų, palikti atvirų galimybių kažką daryti ir eksperimentuoti savo pačiam. Tai man smagu, kad tai, ką Valė parodė, ten ta 5 punktų programa, aš ten matau šiek tiek tokių visokių elementų ir iš to laikotarpio, ir tokio ir platesnio matymo, iš pradžių pats turi išmokti galvoti, įskaitant visas tas socialinės komunikacinius aspektus, kas yra ne vien tik tai kompiuteris. Turi suprasti, kad tai, jeigu vyksta komunikacija, keitimasis informacija tarp žmonių, tai nėra vien plikas programavimas, tai truputėlį kitokie dar aspektai atsiranda. Tai bet vėl, kiek ta tema bus atskleista, ar ne, kiek universaliai, ar tik tai e-mailą parodysim kokį nors, ar Facebooką, ar ir baigta, ar ne. Tai tos galimybės būtų svarbu, kad mes jų nepamirštumėm ir dabar. Dėl tai, ką Valė užsiminė apie žemiečius ir kaštus. Aš jau dabar gerai nepamenu, bet man atrodo, negi Papertas ieškojo čia Lietuvoje kažkokių tai savo šaknų. Bet jau sunkiai dabar galbūt pletką skleidžiu, nežinau. Bet kad, pavyzdžiui, dėl kaštų, kai aš turėjau pinigų iš Atviros Lietuvos fondo laimėjęs ir siūliau Paperto atvažiuoti, jis nevažiavo. O po to parašė, aš atvažiuoju savo pinigus.
Na taip, kai mes būnam įdomus ko nors, tada prisitraukia tiesiog žmonių. Tai čia tokia irgi, kaip ir visur. Ačiū, Ričardai, už labai malonų įdomią refleksiją, kol mes čia dar ruošiamės tikrai klausimų, komentarų iš jūsų. Yeah, a few minutes, because now I ask questions, okay. So maybe comments. Tai ar nieko neturit, nenorit paklausti ar pakomentuoti? O, prašom. Aš galiu, net nežinau, kaip čia dabar atsakyti, ar privaloma, ar dabar jau yra planuose, yra
yra numatyta, kad galima ir mokyklų, nežinom kokia reali situacija, nežinau kiek ministerija žino, bet atrodo irgi kiek klausiu, kad įtariu, kad tikrai yra mokyklose, na gal netgi 5% ar kažkiek yra informatikos mokoma pradinėse klasėse, mūsų pradinėse 1. ir 4. klasėse. Tikrai žinau mokyklų ir pavyzdžių, kur puikiausiai ir 3. ir 4. dirba ir visokių. Dabar ar reikia to, kad būtų labai privaloma, matyt bus rekomenduojama. Aš nežinau šito tokio to statuso. Aš sakyčiau ir siūlyčiau, kad tai turėtų būti integruota pamoka, kaip vyksta visam pasaulyje. Kaip dirbti paskui 2 mokytojai, 1 mokytojas, čia jau techninės detalės ir netgi mokykla galėtų spręsti pagal savo galimybės. Net paskutinis mano prisiminimas lankantis praeitą savaitę Kostarikoje. Tai kur Kostarika, tai beje, ten Paperto, gal irgi viena iš numylėtų šalių, nes ten kompiuteriai buvo įdiegti, tai yra kompiuteriai atėjo į mokyklas labai anksti, dar, manau, nebeatsimenu, kuriais 90 kelintais metais, nes ten tokio Omaro Dengo fondas aprūpino gana daug ir rūpinosi tuo, ir Papertas pats važinėjo ir diegė logo ir mokyklos ir visi. Ir dabar aš lankiausi keliose ir pradinėse, ir pagrindinėse mokyklos, ir štai pradinėse mokyklos, na, džiaugsmingai žiūrėjau, kaip mokytojai dirba. Vienur dirba, bet ir buvau toje, kur buvo antrokai, trečiokai, reiškia, tikroji pradiniai. Bet ką, jie tai yra, na, nuostabus toks man vaizdas, kadangi mokiniai, pradinių klasių mokytojai yra tema, kaip aš pažįstu save ir savo tėvus. Ir jie, tai yra neišplėšta iš kažkur, ne kažkas, ne apie kompiuterį tema, bet apie save ir tėvus. Sėdi prie kompiuterio 2 vaikai ir jie dviese daro. Tai yra, kas, aišku, antrokas ar trečiokas ten, tai vis dėlto dar irgi maži vaikai, tai jiems labai, ten beje pamokos 90 minučių. Tai jie iš pradžių vienas ten parašo savo vardą, įkelia paveiksliuką, tada kitas irgi įparašo vardą, įkelia paveiksliuką. Tai yra, jie aišku labai ilgai užgaiš, ten iki galo pamokos, jie ten vos dar ten vieni tai pasiekė ir tėvus įrašė, ir netgi gyvenamą vietą, ten bet buvo mažiau vaikų, šiaip sakė, būna daugiau vaikų, bet kaip tik prieš tai dieną buvo įsiveržęs ugnikalnis, tai pusė vaikų netėjo klasė. Tai mokytojai sakė, gali lengviau dirbti, bet ir maždaug tas paskutinis mano įvaizdis ar kažkur, kad mes informatika neturi ateiti vėl kaip kažkoks, na, atskiras tortas ar kažkas, kur staiga bumt ir numetamas į pradinį. Pradinės klasės dirba, jos turi viską, tik tai tiek, kad tą, ką jie daro, dabar darytų dar pasitelkiant kitos priemonės. Ir jie to išmoktų. Tai čia mano, nežinau, toks atsakymas, kad, o toliau man, ar ten kiek privaloma, kiek neprivaloma, man, tai sakant, man ne per daug rūpi. Jeigu vyksta, tai puiku, vadinasi, net ir labai gerai, kai vyksta, ir tik galbūt, jeigu kažką nevyksta, galbūt reikia kažkokių patarimų ar išteklių ar dar kažko. Galbūt. Aš sutikčiau su Richardu labai, kad nereikia programų, man irgi nereikia programos, bet galbūt, kai labai daug visumai kažkokių reikia tų gairių, kažkokių pagaliau tam didžiausiam ratui, bent maždaug susitarimų link kur judima ar dar kur nors, va tokių pasižiūrėjimų ar kažkur. Bet aišku, jūs pasižiūrėjot, o paskui vis tiek jūs mokytojai dirbat pagal savo programas. Britų kokios programos ir man tai gana, aišku, iš vienos pusės, kad sakom, irgi gal Britai ten irgi labai daug, ne tiek detalius, bet prikūrė programų, bet jie padarė dabar daug yra, net internete ten yra paskelbta mokytojams keliai pasiūlomi. Tai yra, tu gali, pavyzdžiui, kad ir informacijos mokyti taip, su tuo. Tu gali ten ar 7-8 keliai yra pasiūlyti. Ir tai, sakom, kad, jeigu tu nori, gali pasirinkti tuo keliu, jeigu ne, dar susikurk savo kelią, kaip mokysi. Nes lygiai tą patį ten informacijos gali mokyti su vienokiom priemonėm, su kompiuteriu, be kompiuterio, darydamas tarą, ir trečią ar kitą. Bet svarbu yra tikslas, kaip tu šito išmok. Pavyzdžiui, ten objektų dabar, ką apie pradinukus, ten mastum objektus rūšiuoti, rikiuoti. 100 uždavinių ir 100 kelių yra. Ir žiūrint, kokio tu pasinaudosi keliu.
Partį tokia labai provizoriška, bet Europos Sąjunga gyvena semestrais vadinamais. Ir dabar prasideda naujas ciklas jau ir vienas dokumentas atėjo, kuriame kalbama, kad ES bando kažkaip labiau akcentuoti būtent tą kompiuterių išmanymą. Nepradeda, bet iš esmės šitame semestre tam akcentas tam tikras tam dedama, kad būtų mokoma ir mokyklose ir panašiai ten įvairiausių, be labai dėlių konkretybių, ko ten programavimo ar ko aišku, bet iš esmės, kad to reikia. Tarkim, elementarūs dalykai su tam tikrom pasiekmėm savo Lietuvai, kaip mus mato kitos šalys, kaip jie mato mūsų žmonių, kaip darbo jėgos pasirengimą, tarkim, tie patys PISA tyrimai. Ir PISA ir TIMSS tyrimai bus dabar jau tik kompiuteriniai. Viskas, taškas. Jeigu tu nemoki elgtis su kompiuteriu, tai greičiausiai tavo rezultatai bus prastesni. Didelė tikimybė. PIAC tyrimas darytas čia suaugusių švietimo, nors vadinamas suaugusių, bet jis apima amžiaus grupę nuo 16 metų, reiškia dar ir mokyklinukus. 15 metais Lietuvoje tas tyrimas buvo vykdomas, šiemet birželį paskelbė rezultatus. Ir vienas iš aspektų yra tai, kas tame tyrime yra bandoma įvertinti, tai problemų sprendimas kompiuteriu. Ne programavimo, tarkim, problemos, bet labai keistai, pavyzdžiui, tau yra savotiškai tavo pašnekovas kaip robotas, automatiškai kompiuteris tau generuoja ten kažkokį tai kalbėjimas, uždavinys maždaug toks, tu turi susitikti su tuo kitu žmogum ir bandai susitarti dėl vietos, kur. Ir vyksta komunikacija, kaip kompiuteriu, tu elektroniniu paštu susirašinėjai, ar ne? Negali, tarkim, tiesiogiai tu su to žmogum tik tai per raštą, tik iš tavo teksto kažkokio tai, ir kaip tu galų gale tą išsprendė. Atrodo, kažkas tai labai primityvu, bet dėja lietuviai šitoj vietoj pasirodė prastai. Jeigu ten skaitymas, matematika, esam kažkur apie vidurkį, tam suaugusių švietime, problemų sprendimas kompiuteriu, mes esam, nesakysiu žodžio iš raidės, bet žodžio gana žemai. Tai yra ką veikti. Tai iššūkis Lietuvai irgi netoks menkas. Tai apie tą programą, tai čia aš parodžiau, kad kaip ir aktualizuojasi, bet yra kiti dalykai. Dėl programos labai dažnai, kai aš girdžiu šitus klausimus, aš matau už to tam tikrą interesą, kiek aš turėsiu valandų, kiek mano darbo vieta garantuota, kad nereiks važinėti per krūvą mokyklų, aš galėsiu savo mokykloje krūvį susidaryti, visa tai yra suprantama. Bet tam yra kontekstas dar ir kitas, ką apskritai daryti Lietuvoje, kai vaikų vis dar mažėja, kaip su tom tinklo pertvarkom, gali išretinti tiek, kad gali būti, kad tas net privalomas mokymasis iki 16 metų gali tapti problemišku, ką mes matom darželiuose, ačiū Dievui, darželiai neprivalomi, sakykim, tai mes ten ir matom, jeigu mieste tai trūksta vietų, o kaime tai pasiekimo problema, kaip ten patekti. Tai su tuo tinklų retinimu čia formuojasi tam tikras kontekstas, kuris yra svarbus. Ir tarkim, prieš porą savaičių buvo diskusija ministerijoje ir buvo keliamos idėjos, aš pats tą idėją irgi kėliau, kad reikia žymiai labiau vėl grįžti prie tų senų idėjų, kurios senos žinomos, bet niekaip Lietuvoje nesirealizuoja. Mokytojas neturi būti vieno dalyko mokytojas. Visoje pagrindiniai mokykloje. Daug Skandinavijos šalių ir ne tik yra tokia savoka, pagrindinės mokyklos mokytojas. Ar ne? Taip kaip pradinės yra, kad mokau praktiškai viską. Tas pats pagrindinės mokyklos. Tada truputėlį atkrenta tas, kiek aš turėsiu valandų, ar ne? Tu esi universalus, tu įvairius dalykus. Ir tik nuo tavęs, nuo tavo paties, kaip tu išdėliosi savo programą per daug įvairių dalykų ir kiek ten tu įtrauksi kompiuterio į įvairius dalykus, į bendrą bendravimą su vaikais. Nuo tavęs labai daug kas priklausys. Ne vien tik tai nuo tos oficialios programos, kiek valandų.
Na, jeigu nebėra kokio nors dar labai aktualaus klausimo, tai dabar duosim žodį svečiam. Ar neturite jau nieko komentarų ar klausimų? Ne. So now I would like to give floor to you, Gary. And Sylvia, where is Sylvia? Maybe you would like to sit here or here, closer.
Not for this one, I don't think.
Not for this, okay, for the beginning.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's up to you, you can. So, Gary. Okay. Maybe you will introduce again, because I already told you that you worked with Papert and so, but you can introduce yourself also, and we're really happy to have you here. So,
I just want all my toys. I got it. We done? We're good, I think. I hope. We don't know. We will find out. No, probably not yet. We will find out. That's fine. So I'm going until 3? Okay. Good afternoon. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Now we got questions and some comments from Richard.
Excellent. Does that one work?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's switch off. One of the lessons of education, it never seems to be learned, is you need time between speakers. But we will go forward anyway. It is great to be here, and it's an honor to spend some time with you. Valentina and I have been colleagues from afar for a very long time, and I'm going to be doing 3 talks this afternoon, hopefully different, although there's some overlapping themes, because all of the work that I'm engaged in isn't about informatics or mathematics. It's about making the world a better place for children. And I've been warned that I speak very quickly, and some of you may have trouble with English. I realized during Valentina's presentation that she speaks twice as fast as I do. But you at least are native in that language, so I will try to slow down. And there's some resources that I want to share with you. One thing is, if you send an email of any sort to that email address, my robot assistant will add you to our mailing list, and you'll be kept abreast of information that might be of interest to you. But I've collected a number of resources at the website inventtolearn.com/Vilnius that will help you continue to learn after the presentation is over today. Now, I have a special connection to Vilnius. These are photographs of my great-great and great-great-great-grandfather taken in this city in the 1870s, we believe. So we hear. Let's see. Pay no attention to the man under the desk. We'll try again. Or not. I'm not seeing anything now. I will. I'll try again. Yes, better. Okay, yeah. Excellent. Okay. Apologies to my grandfathers. So I'm going to be talking today about some lessons. I said 10 lessons for teaching computer science to all children, or 10 implications for when thinking about teaching computer science to all children. Depending on the time and whether the technology continues to work, we'll see if we get through all 10. But if we don't, I will make them available to you in written form. I fundamentally believe that modern knowledge construction is inseparable from computing. Regardless of the career path that you may take, being able to control the computer, to make it do things that you want it to do, is going to be critical. So this isn't about a separate course of study or a certain population of students. It's about making computer science available to all students. So the first idea is that computer science is the new liberal art. Learning to program computers isn't just valuable because you may get a high-paying job, but more importantly, because it gives you agency over an increasingly complex and technologically sophisticated world. That it answers the question Seymour Papert began asking 50 years ago. Does the computer program the child or the child program the computer? This is a fundamental question, not just for education, but for democracy. Now, the second lesson is we've done this all before, and I have to congratulate Valentina and her colleagues and all of you across Lithuania who have kept informatics alive in schools for the last 40 years or so. That's not been the case worldwide. And although a lot of the problems that you face are consistent across the globe, and I'll talk about some of those as well. One of my favorite documents is 45 years old this year. And I should mention that the Logo programming language in 2017 will be 50 years old. There are very few things, particularly involving technology and education, that endure for 50 years. It's quite a reason to celebrate. But 45 years ago, Seymour Papert and Cynthia Solomon authored a very provocative paper called 20 Things to Do with a Computer. And this might be your national standard. The question might be, are your schools, are the students coming out of your schools capable of doing the things that were proposed 45 years ago? The 20 things that were proposed 45 years ago. And they make very bold statements for something written in 1971 where they say more than half the suggestions we're about to make have been implemented and tested in our primary school teaching program. So they had done these things. They were trying to provide a range of new experiences, not just use the computer to teach kids what we've always wanted them to know, maybe with greater efficiency or comprehension, but to create opportunities for children to learn and do and know in ways that were unimaginable just a couple of years ago. And that remains our work as well. And they had the 20 things to do, and you can read them online. The number 20th was think up 20 more things to do. And they talked about programming robots and composing music and playing with poetry. And at the time, they didn't even have displays. They were using teletypes. Now, if you go forward a few more years, around 1975, this was me. I was quite concerned with being a magician at the time. And in my middle school, so in 7th grade, we were required, every child was required to take a 9-week computer programming class with Mr. Jones. This wasn't vocational or gifted and talented or special education. It was between baking a souffle and learning how to make a box out of wood. It was thought to be something that was useful for children to know in the mid-1970s. And in fact, I'm not the only one who had that quality of experience around the same time. That's a picture of Bill Gates and Paul Allen learning how to program on exactly the same kinds of hardware that I had access to. And they had the experience, as I did, of a smart adult saying, here kids, see what you can figure out, lock up when you're done. And because we didn't know what was impossible, we thought anything was possible. And for the first time in my life, I felt intellectually powerful. I felt smart. I felt creative. And I spent the next 6 years or so programming computers as often as I could have access to a computer and teaching my friends how to program computers as well. And yet, by the end of high school, I was told that I wasn't good enough in mathematics and therefore couldn't study computer science. And I became a music major. I was an aspiring jazz musician at the time. We've spent an enormous amount of energy over the last 40 years arguing that children don't need to learn how to program. There is almost no other analogous situation in education where people have spent so much energy arguing against children learning something. There are thousands of arbitrary pieces of nonsense we teach children every day in schools, and yet no one ever seems to challenge those notions. But for some reason, not everyone needs to be a programmer has become a popular part of the lexicon, and I think it's dangerous and on the wrong side of history. But we do live in curious times. So 40 years after I began programming computers and people like Valentina began teaching them in schools, we now have confections like an hour of code. And an hour of code would be okay if it was only a way of exposing schools that somehow haven't realized that computers exist that kids should have some agency over them. The problem that I've found, and I get to work in schools all over the world, is that rich schools are congratulating themselves for participating in this. Schools that have hundreds or thousands of devices are congratulating themselves over the fact that their kids get to spend an hour a year programming computers. The funniest thing I had seen on social media last year was a parent who said, "I'm so proud of my daughter, she finished hour of code in 40 minutes. And you look at the ideas and you're reminded in a lot of cases of how disempowered they are. Something Papert said over and over again in different forms, that when ideas go to school, they often lose their power. So the first thing we need to recognize is that computer science takes more than an hour. We want kids to be able to sing and dance with code. We want them to develop fluency. And our politicians are often inconsistent in their rhetoric. So January of last year in my country, President Obama released the National Educational Technology Plan. That's not the Kremlin or anything, is it? No. President Obama in January of last year introduced the National Educational Technology Plan, a giant document that will be ignored like the last 47 of the other ones that have been created. And yet, the words computer science, programming, coding don't appear in the document. That's the goal for the nation. 3 weeks later, the same person, same office, same president announced computer science for all. So there's this inconsistency between what computers are used for in schools and the newfound interest in computer science education. And when you read the commitments that have been made by governments for teaching computer science to all children, this was one of the first ones from New York City, and it said by 2025, every student will have the experience. You don't have to be very good at math to realize that very few of the children who are in school today will still be there in 2025. Right? There's no sense of urgency associated with this. And this is not a new phenomena. Seymour Papert said 45 years ago, the phrase technology in education usually means inventing new gadgets that teach the same old stuff in a thinly disguised version of the same old way. Moreover, if the gadgets are computers, the same old teaching becomes incredibly more expensive and biased towards the dumbest parts. Namely, the kind of rote learning in which measurable results can be obtained by treating the children like pigeons in a Skinner box. Millions of computers are being purchased by schools in the United States now because they're required for testing. That's why schools have computers. Not to amplify human potential, not to liberate intellectual capital, not to create a window onto the future and a laboratory for knowledge construction. But for 1 month of the year, the computers can't be used for any other purpose than kids taking multiple choice tests. So there's all this confusion between the rhetoric and the policy and the practice. There's some good news. We have the only time that computer science is taught in the United States is in a course typically that's aimed towards an exam at the end, an advanced placement exam in computer science. That course of study is so toxic and noxious and irrelevant and awful that very few children take it. In fact, there are entire states in the United States where not a single girl or minority, African American or Latino, took the test last year. So imagine if a population the size of Lithuania didn't have a single student who took the computer science class. So even the people who are behind this program realize they have a problem, and they've now created a new course of study that's going to start next year that's called Computer Science Principles. Essentially, it's computer science for non-computer science majors. It's computer science for girls. And they may or may not be successful. I think some of the thinking behind it is not particularly imaginative, but one of the courses is called Beauty and Joy of Computing, and it was created by an old logo friend of ours, Brian Harvey, at the University of California, Berkeley, and it's now being changed for high school, being adapted for high school. The nice thing about this is that it uses Snap, which is a dialect of Scratch, which means that a child could begin programming in Scratch at 5 years old and be working at a university level in essentially the same language. So there are lots of reasons that we should teach kids to program, that we can make things work, we can express ourselves, We can learn to solve problems and concretize abstraction. We can create a context for learning mathematics. That programming mirrors the writing process and a lot of what's considered design these days. You can do it by yourself, or you can do it socially, collaboratively. Because it's hard and it's fun. Because it gives you agency over your world. And perhaps the least important, I believe, is the jobs and careers idea, which I put small at the very bottom. Now, if fluency is the goal, the ability to actually think in code, to actually make things, then we should probably stick to 1 or 2 languages for most kids. You know, one of the problems with the code.org website is it doesn't discuss issues of learning objectives, of pedagogy. It pretends that history doesn't exist. It hasn't learned any of the lessons from those of us who have been doing this for a long time. And worst of all, it creates endless confusion for teachers, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. But the question you need to be able to ask, the question you need to be able to answer, after kids have worked through these puzzles, and are almost all puzzles, and people will say, oh, but the kids love them. The defense of the kids love them is only ever applied to things that we're trying to convince you are valuable. There are lots of things that we do in schools that nobody ever cares whether kids love or not. So they put Disney characters in them and Angry Birds, and they're kind of cute, and they take 1 class period or less. But there's no consistent syntax. If you go from one puzzle to another, you may be working in different programming languages. They often deprive you of actually thinking about the larger issues, like thinking about what makes an oval or what makes this picture or the diagonal, by just giving you code to type and to watch the result be reproduced. So you could have learned about programming and learned some mathematics, but instead they just focused on the one piece because of the way the website was designed. The question you need to be able to answer is, what can the kids do after this, and what can they do next? How can we build upon this experience? What do they do after the hour of code? I've had teachers see Scratch for the first time and say to me, oh, this looks like, is this the same as Hour of Code? And you have to explain, no, one is a programming language and the other is an advocacy organization. So a lot, and especially when you're changing syntax and programming languages, it creates a lot of confusion. And some people might think this is good because it creates false complexity. Like, you know, if you spend 2 years teaching the kids all of the commands in Microsoft Office, somehow they've learned something valuable. No, they've just spent a lot of time learning things that are easy to learn, that probably aren't very useful, particularly out of context. We want to avoid false complexity. This is a trap that adults often fall into. The standards for what we teach in the name of computer science in schools are at best premature. It's too early to make a list of what every kid should be able to know and do. And when I look at the sequences like Valentina showed, the sequence itself is inherently problematic because it implies you do this, then you do this, then you do this, then you do this, when a lot of those things could be mixed, when they might be in another order based on the problem you're solving, based on some meaningful context. And if you're going to have that list of stuff, I got into a fight with the woman in charge of the Australian National Computing Curriculum about this. Put some illustrations in. Maybe even something as simple as a picture, but maybe a suggestion of what it would look like when students were doing something. Don't just have this list of skills they're going to develop. Provide some scenarios of what that might look like. I was having a conversation with a gentleman from Intel, and they're spending a lot of money and doing good work in trying to get educators around the world to think about computer science, to think about making, to think about programming microcontrollers like this Arduino, which can be used by hobbyists and professionals alike to build thinking machines. And he said to me, you know, our first priority has to be teaching teachers how to assess students working with this. And I said, you're wrong. And then I needed to defend my answer. And he's wrong because we have no idea what kids are capable of doing with this stuff. If I walked into any school in Vilnius and said to a 4th grade teacher, can you show me examples of student work that's below grade level, that's on grade level, that's advanced, every teacher could do it. Why? They've seen thousands of pieces of student writing over the years, and we have a multi-100-year tradition of looking at student writing. We have no idea what kids can do with this. So until we have 400 or 500 examples of what kids can do with that, it's premature to create assessment for it. We need to be spending some time letting the kids learn, allowing teachers to develop their skills, and understanding the thinking of their children while they work with these technologies, and then we can start benchmarking. Otherwise, we suffer from what I call premature irrational assessment disorder, which is we're putting the test ahead of what we know. And the result of that is we just get binders full of bullet points of skills that may or may not make any sense. As my colleague Sylvia Martinez often points out, if the first thing you see in the computer science curriculum for 8-year-olds is learning binary, you should close that book and forget it. Because that's just a fact. It's just vocabulary. It's just more stuff to memorize. It's not something you can actually do. The related idea is there's no computer science without computers. This should seem obvious, but there's a very popular idea going around the world that's contrary to that. Before I get to that idea, there's this very profound quote from Papert, which was, you can't think about thinking without thinking about something. That if you want kids thinking about computing, they should be computing. That's a verb. And they should be doing it with computers. There's this curriculum called Computer Science Unplugged from New Zealand that's terribly proud of itself because it teaches computer science without computers. It's like me giving you a paper piano and calling it music class. It's preposterous. And I understand the reasons for it. They think schools can't afford computers and teachers are stupid. Well, I don't think either are true. As I said before, we've done this before. I led professional development in the first 2 schools in the world where every kid had a laptop. That was in 1989 in Australia. 1989, 1990, we gave every kid a laptop and we programmed across the curriculum. We taught thousands of teachers to teach tens of thousands of children to program, because the expectation was there that they would do it, and we created the context in which they could learn, just as the way that their students would. And when you read this quote from their website, there are a number of problems in it, and I'm going to go quickly. But the first problem is the idea that you're not learning unless you're having a terrible time, unless it's an unpleasant experience, that you can't eat your cake until you've had your spinach, right? The second idea is the questionable idea that binary numbers, algorithms, or data compression are appropriate curricular topics, that they're relevant curricular topics, and that they're developmentally appropriate, meaning that they're appropriate for children. I suggest the reason why these are in the curriculum is because you can teach them without a computer because they're just vocabulary. They're just something to memorize. Third thing, there's an implicit suggestion that these topics are easier to learn without experience. And all of my work is based in the Piagetian idea that knowledge is a consequence of experience. No experience, no knowledge. Our colleague Paolo Blickstein at Stanford University is documenting that if kids have an experience before they're lectured, shown a video, read the chapter, they understand better than if they were doing it in the other order. And if the choice is between the experience and the traditional instruction, the experience is always more powerful. And then the most abstract, the most complex criticism I have of Computer Science Unplugged is that these people don't understand cognition. That they're confusing abstract and concrete, because they think that the topics like data compression are easier to learn without having an experience with a computer. I think they're sadly mistaken. My colleague Brian Harvey likes to say that computational thinking without computers is just math. Also, learning and thinking are really good, powerful, proud words. We don't always need to add adverbs before them or adjectives before them. Thinking is good. There's all these other kinds of thinking that I'm not so sure about. Now, there were enough smart people around the world concerned with computational thinking that I was willing to give them a chance. And I spent a lot of time thinking about if you wanted to teach computational thinking without programming, what would it be? And my working definition is for when modeling is possible but programming is too hard. So an example might be, and if we had time to do this in a workshop, I might look at something like Spotify or Apple Music or Pandora and say, I'm listening to a piece of music. I can say, go to the next song. I never want to hear this again. I really like this. I want to buy this. Those are my choices, right? Then the system gives me another piece of music to listen to. How does it know? How does it know what to suggest? Now, if we took big pieces of paper and we were in teams of 4 or 5, we could spend 6 months arguing about how to solve this problem. That's computational thinking. We can't program it reasonably because it's really hard. And it's a problem that, teams of thousands of people have worked on. However, we can start building a really good model of it and start thinking about thinking in ways that would benefit us when we are programming. I was friends with a guy named Arthur Lehrman, who's actually responsible for the term computer literacy. And over time, that term has been devalued and denatured. But he said decades ago, a computer literate person can read and write a computer program. That's very different from clicking on an app. Right? So maybe we need to return to some of the foundations of computer science in schools. I think there are 4 kinds of programming. The first is to make things, a game, a simulation, a program, to contextualize mathematics, to use it to solve another problem that we may have, or to control things in the world, physical computing. And I'll share some examples of those in a couple minutes. So the first example is that computer science is a way of contextualizing mathematical knowledge. It's a context for constructing mathematical knowledge. One of the most enduring and endearing metaphors from Seymour Papert was the computer as mathland. That you would learn mathematics more naturally, more easily, more fluently if you were in a culture where mathematics was spoken, where it had power, where it had meaning, where it had shared value, as compared to learning French in a classroom in Vilnius. We all know this, right? So he thought of the computer as a math land where you can mess about with powerful ideas. So these are 2 images that 3rd graders, 8 years old, created in Turtle Art the first time they had used the software. Right? Stuff that's starting to approach calculus, that we're providing kids to have mathematical experiences in a really constructive, playful way. Papert said that certain notions of mathematics are not sufficiently embedded in a culture for children to learn them in a natural way. So they come to school to learn them, and then we create all sorts of unnatural tricks to get them to do what we want them to do. And we know this is a problem. Mathematics is the weak link in almost any school system, anywhere in the world. I often joke that if the number of children who stopped taking mathematics at high school stopped taking physical education, we would have nationally televised tribunals. Right? The Simpsons would never be on TV again because people would be at Congress demanding to know why children weren't taking physical education. But we're happy with about 95% of the kids hating mathematics or not learning at a very deep level.
It's true that most people in math class don't learn math. Most kids in French class don't learn French. But we don't say that they're not Frenchly minded. We don't say they don't have a head for French. Because we know that they grew up in France, they learned French perfectly well. And I think that my image of mathematics is if we all learned mathematics in math lab, we would all learn mathematics perfectly well. And how can we create a math lab? That's really what it's about.
So that was Papert talking about Mathland, and he asks the question, how do we create a Mathland? And I think computer programming is one way in which we do that. In Papert's seminal book, Mindstorms, he said that the programming language Logo is designed to make it easy for students to tell stories about how they make things, for how they could concretize abstract experiences. And I believe that if our goals are as modest as making improvements in the existing mathematics curriculum, and let me just say, I don't think the mathematics curriculum today is worthy of the children we teach. It's barbaric and medieval everywhere in the world. And there are very few ways to make it more palatable, to make it less toxic for children. So we have to create a new diet of mathematics for children. I'm going to talk about that later this afternoon. But if our goal is just to do a little bit better in the math we currently teach children, I think we would teach them the program. My colleague Conrad Wolfram from England says that we spend 106 human lifetimes a day teaching children manual hand calculation. And he demonstrates things like this. Let me see if I can get it to work here. Solve y equals 3x minus x cubed plus 27.
Checking my sources.
It's having problems with the internet. Let me try it one more time. Solve y equals 3x minus x cubed plus 27. I only have one bar, so. If the internet's working properly, it will not only answer that question, it'll show me the graphs, and it will show me all work. In other words, every single word in the mathematics curriculum, every single problem in the mathematics curriculum can be solved by talking into your phone. That's today, with no additional software. Then the challenge becomes, what's the math curriculum going to look like in a world where every problem can be solved by talking into your phone? Do we need...
I'm having a problem with the connection. Please try again in a little bit.
Okay.
But it's a good example how you can solve, there is no internet.
Yeah, if there's no internet. Except I should say, one, there was better internet on the €1 bus that I took to Trakai yesterday than there is in Australia. So you should congratulate yourself. You're doing okay on internet. You may not be doing well in internet at Vilnius University. And you're certainly not doing well with internet with my American phone that's trying to use data roaming. So.
He's very, very wide on this walls, because this is old building. It's very old university, 500 years old.
Yes, so maybe we should have school on that mini bus to Trakai. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's an interesting problem, but it's worth pointing out. And I don't think there's a problem. You're going to have plenty of internet access. And I told the joke the other day that when people say, well, what if children are using calculators and there's no batteries, or the solar ones can't be charged because the sun is blocked for an indefinite period of time? Well, if the sun is blocked for an indefinite period of time, you should probably worry about the apocalypse and not your math homework. This is preposterous. I mean, every one of you has got, if someone has an iPhone with Lithuanian carrier, you could do what I just did. All you do is hold the button down and say solve, and then say a math problem. It's using Wolfram Alpha to do it. But let's go back to this idea. We're wasting 106 human lifetimes a day to teach kids to do things that their phone can do. And Wolfram tells this great story in his TED Talk. And I linked the video on the resource page that I gave you the URL for. He said that his daughter was about 7 or 8 years old, and she went through a period of time where she was making paper laptops. She would take a piece of A4 paper, fold it in half, draw a keyboard on one side and a display on the other. And after she was doing this for a few days, he said, you know, when I was your age, I didn't make paper laptops. Why do you think that is? And she thought about it for a moment and answered, no paper? And the point he was trying to make is, if you're a child who was born, by the way, Google is 18 today. I just read that on Facebook. That means there are no students in your school system who lived at a time when there wasn't Google, right? So if you live at an age when there's been computers since before you were born, paper isn't better because it came earlier. Paper, you know, it's not better. We can respect the world and that the kids live in and seize the opportunities that are being presented to us. Debugging was one of the powerful ideas of why we taught programming in schools. That if you're successful through your conversation with the computer, you're inspired to test a larger hypothesis, embellish, improve, decorate, share. If you're unsuccessful, you have to come up with a new strategy for trying to solve your problem or redefine the problem itself. Again, Papert said in Mindstorms that children are held back in their learning because they have a model of learning in which you either get it right or get it wrong. But when you learn to program a computer, you almost never get it right the first time. Learning to be a master programmer is learning to become highly skilled at isolating and correcting bugs. The question to ask about the program is not whether it's right or wrong, but is it fixable? Kids need to be having these kinds of experiences. So in order to do so, we have different kinds of programming languages. And I divide them into two categories. One is we have programming languages for jobs, and the other is we have programming languages for children. And can 5-year-olds learn C? Absolutely. Should they? Probably not. The success that we've had teaching a variety of languages in schools has been success with very few children. We want more kids. We want to democratize this process. We want kids to have programming experiences. When kids are programming in languages like C, they're most frequently taking someone's existing program and modifying it. You almost never see them create something from scratch. This is a real problem for those of us who are excited about things like microcontroller programming and robotics, because the software environments haven't kept up with the hardware. So the basic language for using this is a terrible version of C. So kids can change other people's programs, but they never start from a blank screen. Until we have things like Scratch and Logo that talk reliably to this technology, we're going to be behind. And the way I've explained this problem to school principals is it's a difference between vocational education and the liberal arts. That we want to have a liberal arts approach to computer science in schools that invites everyone to participate, that makes connections between disciplines. That we can have this C code for flashing a light, or we could say in Logo, talk to the light, turn it on for 10 seconds, turn it off, wait 10 seconds. One of the ways that we're making programming more accessible to children is through block programming, like Scratch and Snap and Tickle on the iPad. There's a list of software environments that I like for using with children that have all kinds of different kinds of power. This is also on the website, so you don't have to write it all down. One piece of software that I highly recommend you look at is Wolfram Language. And there's a video called Introduction to Wolfram Language, where Stephen Wolfram, who's probably the world's leading mathematician, computer scientist alive today, explains this software that he's made available for all of us. And it borders on magic. It borders on witchcraft of what he's getting a computer to do. And it has some problems. It's not ready for classroom use because there aren't materials developed for it. There aren't good projects. But those of us who are concerned about the future education should spend some time with it. Programming is a way of seeing. It's a way of making sense of the world. So we can use environments like Turtle Art, which is free software for programming, where we're not just dealing with screens full of numbers, we're creating beautiful images. So if I asked you to draw or paint that program, you might think I was crazy. Or to program it, you really think I was insane. But if you look at the program for creating it, and we look at how a droplet is made, it's not very complicated. If we say, set your pen size to fat, set your shade to dark, repeat 70 times, go forward one step, make my pen a little smaller, make my shade a little lighter, and then you end up with these droplets. Then randomly we can set the color of the droplet and where they appear on the screen. And 7-year-olds in 5 minutes can start playing with these numbers and having first-hand experience with randomness, with positive and negative integers, with geometric principles and coordinate geometry, long before the traditional curriculum ever teaches it to them, and in most cases the traditional curriculum never gives you any experience using the concepts. You're just memorizing terms. If I asked you to write a program to create this beautiful picture, again, that looks really hard. But if you think about it for a minute, and you look carefully, you see 2 arcs that are made up of circles, and you may notice the circles get gradually bigger. So if you say, make a tiny circle, go forward a little bit, turn a little bit, make a slightly bigger circle, you can end up with something that becomes beautiful, that's inspiring you to wonder. Now, some people, mostly adults, think This is for babies. Real programmers don't use blocks. Now, let me say, blocks are only a problem when you're trying to do a lot of coding very quickly. It drives me crazy. But it's real programming. It's real computer science. And one of the things we need to do as adults is respect the world of the kids and stop thinking that their product looks immature without thinking about the process that went on behind it. And Alan Kay, who's the pretty smart gentleman, the guy who's responsible for the term personal computer, is developing a new block-based programming language called GP, which I think stands for general purpose. And it's intended for adults. And one of the ways that he decided to illustrate how ridiculous the criticism of block programming is to put a switch in the software that lets you do this. So we'll watch it again. So that's for babies, and this is for adults. And all we did was get rid of the pretty colors, right? So you can work in either way. Okay, 8th idea. There's more to kids and computer science and video games. There are 1 million programs in the United States to teach girls to make video games, to teach black kids to make video games, to teach Latino kids to make video games. There's an assumption that everyone loves video games. Not every kid does love video games. And most adults have no idea what they're talking about when they say video games. They don't realize there's different genres, that the people, Sylvia was an executive at a video game company, and she can tell you the people who program driving games hate sports games. The people who make sports games hate card games, that they work in one particular genre. So the idea that every kid loves video games is preposterous. It's often insulting and condescending to the children. I think in a lot of cases we should just let the kids have some things for their own without school wrecking them. But video games can be a context for computer science, but it's not the only one. Papert said that if you can make things with computers, then you can make more interesting things, and you can learn a lot more by making them. So let's look at some things we can make. We can make Islamic tiling patterns. I was telling the story a couple of days ago that we visited the Palau de la Música in Barcelona on Saturday. And there's all this wonderful arts and crafts, Gaudi era stained glass. And I spent the plane ride between Barcelona and here working in turtle art, trying to recreate some of the images. And some of them are really hard. I could draw it with a pencil in 3 seconds. Teaching a computer to represent the idea mathematically was kicking my backside. And what was lovely about it was every time I tried, I got something beautiful that wasn't what I intended in the first place. Which led me to think, oh, that's kind of interesting. I wonder if I change this in the following way. So it kept me interested. It kept me motivated. But let's say you want to look at Islamic tiling patterns, as this teacher in my summer institute did. And she spent days trying to recreate these patterns in turtle art and was really struggling until my colleague Cynthia Solomon walked up behind her and asked, have you considered line of symmetry? Well, we were all taught line of symmetry, just none of us have ever considered it. Meaning we've never thought about using it in any way. Once she started thinking about that, all of the patterns emerged. A former student of mine, Josh Berker, was teaching 4th graders. So he had the kids doing this kind of tiling patterns in turtle art. He then cropped the image that they created. He took the PNG file that was generated and converted it to an SVG file. If you don't know what that means, it doesn't make any difference. If you want to know how to do it, you Google convert PNG to SVG and something pops up. SVG is useful because 3D design software is like it. So he was then able to open that image in Tinkercad and extrude it, meaning he was able to take a 2D image and make it 3D by lifting it up. The power of 3D printing isn't that every child can make a Yoda keychain. It's that kids have access to the Z-axis for the first time in history, that they're able to design in 3D for the first time ever. So then, once you have that file, you can send it to your 3D printer. And you can make these lovely stamps that you can play with Play-Doh. Or, if given ceramic clay, you can fire, hand paint, and produce these absolutely complex, beautiful, gorgeous works of art. And there are 3 things that I love about this project. One is, it took me 15 seconds to explain it to you, and you all know now how to do it. Right? The second thing is, it goes from the digital to the analog. It starts on the screen, and we end up with something we can give our mother for her birthday. Something beautiful, something we can cherish. And the third thing is, it goes from mathematics to art. You might have had a teacher who had an Escher poster in the room. And if you stared at it long enough, he might say, hey, there's math in there. And you may or may not have believed him. But without using geometry, you could not have created that. And without programming computers, you couldn't have used the geometry to create great art. We can also use the computer in what I call an instrumental fashion. Just checking the time. So here's an example. I met these two young boys. They were 10 years old. They'd built a marimba out of PVC pipe, a xylophone. And they could play it, and they composed music for it, and they did some nice engineering and carpentry. And they told me something really fascinating. They said that they figured out how long to cut the pipe based on a calculation that required you knowing the frequency of the note you wanted to reproduce and the width, the diameter of the pipe that you were dealing with. And then they said, we were smart enough, we were capable enough to do that calculation, but we didn't think all of our classmates were, and we wanted them to participate as well. Which either demonstrated a great deal of empathy or perhaps hubris. Maybe they were showing off. I don't really care. Because what they did was really fascinating. They wrote a program in Scratch that asks you, what's the frequency of notes you want to, the frequency of the note you want to play, what's the diameter of the tube, and then the Scratch program told you how long to cut the tube. I call this instrumental computing because programming doesn't result in a program. Programming results in a marimba. That's very different. And after they had demonstrated the project to hundreds of teachers who told them how brilliant and charming and smart they were, I walked up behind them and said, you know, it's kind of a drag that I have to go through all these papers you printed out off the internet of musical notes and their frequencies. If this is about music, why can't I type B flat into the program and it tells me how long to cut the tube? And the two boys looked at each other, grabbed their laptop and said, oh, and ran away. And then their teacher was emailing me for a week that they were spending the time working on how to make their program do that. That was because, one, I know how to program, and two, I knew it was within their zone of proximal development. I knew it was within their reach of being able to make their program that much better. Let's look at a couple other examples. At my summer institute in the United States every July, we spend 4 days working without being taught. People have crazy project ideas. We have 60 cases of materials for them to work with. We have a fabulous faculty, but there are no lectures whatsoever. They just make things. And they learn about learning by learning. They learn about learning by learning and by constructing knowledge. July 12th this year, Constructing Modern Knowledge began. July 7th, Pokemon Go was released. You know about Pokemon Go? Right? It swept the globe. No one's ever seen anything quite like it. 5 days after it became a commercial product, teachers in my workshop said, we'd like to make our own Pokemon Go, and I ignored them because I thought they were crazy. And then someone said there's a version of Scratch called Tailblazer that will give you GPS information. And if you have GPS information, it's easy to make Pokemon Go. So they made their own version of Pokemon Go, and they had so much time left over, they then made a version of Pokemon Go, not just for the local area, but for our classroom area to show us where all the projects were that were being created, and it had contact information for each of the people who created each of the projects. This was 5 days after something came out of a high-level research lab. Teachers were capable of being inspired by the idea and making their own version of it. So the last couple ideas quickly. Physical computing is a critical aspect of computer science. Like Papert and Solomon said 45 years ago, we can use things connected to the computer to interact with our world. So kids can even build their own computer. This is called a PyTop. It's essentially just a chassis for, I've got it somewhere here, put it somewhere. It's a chassis for, this is it, a Raspberry Pi with a keyboard and a display, but this is a Raspberry Pi. It's a €35 computer. It's quad core that you can recycle monitors or TVs or keyboards and mice and make a real computer or a server, and every kid could have a computer. The we can't afford computers is bullshit. That's the international term for it. And we don't have to buy kids crappy computers like Chromebooks that don't actually do anything. They can have real computers that will allow them to do all the things that the adults imagine and things we've never thought of before. Because we want to prepare kids to solve the problems that we haven't even anticipated. And if you can't afford the €35 version of that, this is the €5 version called the Raspberry Pi Zero, which is as powerful as any computer I've seen on this campus. It's certainly as good as that one. And so kids can be not only programming computers, but they can make their own computer. This realizes a fantasy of Pappert's, a dream of Pappert's that he had for decades, that kids could control the entire system. Now it's finally possible. So here's a little version that lets you play Minecraft, etc., by using the Raspberry Pi. I'm fascinated by the question of what's the smallest seed we can plant that will generate the most beautiful garden, the largest blossom. What's the least that we can do when we're challenging students to engage in projects? Can they build a vending machine? Can they design a robot bird that sings and dances? These are examples created by teachers in under 2 hours. Here's some more with sound activation. There's not only a ton of engineering in here, there's a million mathematical concepts with a group of teachers that sometimes, in case it is teacher, didn't know the difference between greater than or less than. But when you're programming your sensor, so when you're programming a machine to know when an intruder approaches or someone gets close to it, first thing you have to find out is, what kind of information am I getting from the sensor? Right? Then you have to calibrate it to know what's the threshold at which some behavior is triggered. That's when you start learning about inequality. Right? School, we teach kids all the time is something always equals something else. That's not true. In the real world, you're always off by a little, you're close enough, you're within range. So greater than and less than becomes really important. And yet very few kids have experience with that. And in fact, I haven't seen in any of the K-12 scope and sequences for informatics, computer science, anywhere in the world, this very fundamental idea of finding out what kind of stimuli am I getting, what kind of information, and what am I going to do with it. Here's teachers who use the Makey, low-cost piece of technology that turns the entire world into a keyboard for your computer, so you can make a piano out of bananas. And they use conductive thread and Makey, so this was a circulatory, digestive system, circulatory system, and when they press places on their body, a video created in Scratch or an animation explaining an anatomical system plays on their computer screen. Here's a music teacher explaining her harp that she made with conductive thread and a hotel luggage trolley. That when you pluck the strings, you close the circuit, you send an instruction to Scratch, some sound is produced, and it could not just be a harp, it could be tubas or hip-hop or anything else you want to be played. Here's a project from Constructing Modern Knowledge last year where this group of teachers who had, from all over the world, who had very little experience with computers, did this. It's a dress that lights up based on the noise. So it will pulse to music, or will light up when people scream or whistle. Now, there's a lot of engineering, there's a lot of computer science, there's a lot of mathematics involved in creating that dress. But we shouldn't forget for a moment, they also made a dress. Right? That for some kids, the abstract ideas don't have any meaning until there's a context for it. They made something beautiful, something they could wear, something they could be proud of. When kids are playing with drones, we have 3D turtles now. €150 drone. I buy them for €50 in the US. Between that price, you get the idea. You can now not just say forward, back, right, and left. You can say up and down. And making something fly is magic. It's absolutely magic. And it will take kids' imaginations in places we've never dreamed before. Using software like Tickle that scratch, but it can control all these toys that are now part of kids' world, including programmable LED lights. So imagine if your classroom puppet theater could also have programmable lights. Or you were performing Shakespeare in your class, but computer science was required so that the kids could do the lighting for it. And this stuff is really inexpensive, but can be used cross-curricularly. This is the stuff of childhood today, and it all comes with software that lets us be stupid and just use a joystick, right? But then we could also get things like Tickle, which is free programming software, and then you have to write a program and have predictive actions. So when you tell your drone to take off and go forward some distance and turn right by some angle, if your calculation is wrong, your drone crashes into the wall and hilarity ensues. Everyone laughs. And all of a sudden you start thinking about geometry in a different way. Okay, skip that. So it looks like that. And I'll get to the last idea. Number 10, there's no substitute for personal computing. PC stands for personal computer. Personal, meaning it has to be yours. And we knew we were on to something. Papert and Solomon said 45 years ago, there's no reason not to provide every kid with a computer. That's certainly the case today. We realized 25 years ago, no, not 45 years ago, 25 years ago, that we were having success when the girls started decorating their laptops, when they started putting stickers and writing on them, because they owned it. And when they own it, they take better care of it. It works all the time. I wish I could say this is the only time this has ever happened to me. You know how often this happens? Always. Because public computers are a problem, right? No one washes a rental car. When you rent a car to go on holiday, you don't take it to the car wash before you turn it back in. You leave all the McDonald's junk in the back seat, right? When it's your computer, you take better care of it, and you own the artifacts that are stored on it and the knowledge that's involved in constructing those artifacts. Now, again, these are photos from 25 years ago. And there have been books written about this for people who say it's impossible. So we have the opportunity to invent the world, but only if we're going to have the courage to put computational power in the hands of kids. Again, I really recommend for homework you look at this Introduction to Wolfram Language video on YouTube. And I'll end with this one quick example. I was working at a school in India, and it was a wealthy school, and we had every kind of toy imaginable. And I was teaching 60 or 70 10th graders, and they let me have them for the entire morning, 3 hours. And the idea was we would introduce the children to turtle art so they'd have some foundational experience with programming. And then they could work with Makey-Makeys and Arduino and Scratch and Snap and robots and a whole bunch of different toys and things. And they could work with their friends, and they could giggle and show off, have a good time. And one little girl sat by herself in the corner and continued to program in turtle art for the entire morning. She had never done any computer programming before. And she was working by herself for so long, ignoring her friends and all the other activity that was taking place, lost in what she was doing, that it reminded me of two things Seymour Papert used to say all the time, particularly in the work that we did together in a prison for teenagers. And he used to like to say, quote, Xenophon, who said, "Love is a better master than duty, and nothing beautiful is forced." And when we asked the young lady at the end of the class if she could please share with us what she was programming, she was generous enough to do so, and it makes me really emotional when you see the result. When you click on this stack of procedures, the turtle writes, "I love you." And it reminds me that as an educator, there are some times when 15-year-olds have more on their mind than the Pythagorean theorem, that there are things that are more important to them than geometry. And yet, in order to write that program, she's dealing with really complex geometry and computational thinking and computer science, and in service of something that really mattered to her. So, That's the 10 ideas. I think I'm roughly on time. Exactly. A little over, but exactly to an hour. And I don't know, do I have any time between this and the next one? Do I have time between the, any questions?
So we will have coffee break in 45 minutes.
So I'm going to do another talk next. Okay, so let me take a couple questions and I'll do Papper.
Yeah.
Okay.
And 1 to 4 we will make.
Okay. I can do that. Anybody have any, thanks. Anybody have any questions? Like, what did you just say? It's called Tailblazer. Tailblazer, I think. It's a Scratch X product.
It might be TAL.
Is it TAL? It might be stored. It could be stored TAL. Can you do some Googling? We'll find out. Yeah, it's one of the Scratch X projects between people who are adding extensions. And I'll be completely honest with you, I've never seen it before. I've never played it myself. But these students did and were doing really good things with it. And again, the idea is, if you've worked in Scratch, then this other version of it is is easy for you to make sense of. What else? No other questions? Yeah, please.
We have a distinct two type of languages, programming languages for teaching and programming languages other both stuff, let's say, but I'm not sure is that correct. In that point that if you start talking about Raspberry Pi and things like that, actually students must learn real life languages, and actually even there exists already Python and things like that, which is a little bit easier than C, as you said.
Yeah, but Scratch is on it as well.
Yeah, yes, of course. But I mean that actually, if you're deep in technology already, it's better to learn actually real life languages, because if you want to have fast connection, if you want to do fast things and things like that, so I'm not sure that so good to distinguish things.
Well, the existing curriculum does that fine for a minority of students. First of all, I'm saying that if you're concerned with democratizing this for more students, then I think you want to think about it differently. And I want to make two very clear distinctions. One is I didn't say programming language for teaching. I said programming language for learning, because what's nice about that is I didn't teach that. She learned to do that. So there was an environment that invited her to do this, as opposed to me being didactic. The second thing is, you can just use a Raspberry Pi as a PC. You put the card in, you boot it up, it's done. I understand you can use Python and you can use C and Java and a whole bunch of other stuff on it, but it's essentially a computer. So at a low level, you could just use it as a regular computer and tell kids it runs Scratch or Minecraft, and they never would have to know the other things. If we want more kids to be involved, then I think we need to focus on languages that are not only more accessible because they have a lower floor and higher ceiling, but that they can learn other things while working with them.
So probably maybe something related to the bar. Lower the barrier of entering this technological higher, actually.
Yeah, and I'll be completely honest with you. The principal who was asking that question, I said, if there's 3 kids or 10 kids or 20 kids who want to learn Java or C, we can pay someone to teach it to them after school. But that's not going to be the thing that changes the world. That's not going to be the thing that gets kids who have never gone near the subject before to start feeling powerful and empowered. And so that's the distinction that I was trying to make. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to take my jacket off, which is going to give us the illusion that it's a different speaker now. And I'm going to find my other slides.
But we should finish at the 3:45.
I understand. It's very important to get to the coffee. I understand. But I need to do this.
Yeah.
I'll make a friend for a moment. I'll break. Okay. So I want to talk for a half hour or so about Seymour Papert. And Seymour Papert passed away July 31st, just this past July 31st. But as Valentina said, he very, very tragically had a traumatic accident that hurt his brain and such in 2006. I had the great privilege of working with him for about 20 years in a funny way. A lot of people think I was a student of his. I was never a student of his. In fact, I got rejected by MIT twice. But I was one of the people who was helping to make logo happen in schools around the world. And that's how Seymour and I became friendly. And around 1997 or 98, he started talking to me about this crazy project idea that he had, which was to create an alternative school inside a prison for teenagers in Maine in the United States, top right-hand corner, rural state. And for a year or so, he was calling and asking me if I could recommend a teacher to lead the project. And finally, my partner Sylvia said, "Hey, you dummy, why don't you do it?" And it became the basis of my doctoral research, where we worked together for 3 years on this project. But like I said, I got to work with Seymour in various places around the world for 20 years. And I want to share some of the reasons why I think his work is significant, and why, like Dewey or Malaguzzi or Pestalozzi, you could spend your entire life reading and rereading and considering and thinking about and trying his ideas. Okay, I shared that with you before. So I gave a TED talk a few years ago that I called Seymour Papert, Inventor of Everything. And that I put a footnote on it to say, I don't really mean everything, I mean almost everything. But he had an enormous influence as a public intellectual, as an academic, over the world in which we live, particularly in education. He was a pioneer in kids using computers and in the idea of every child having a computer. He started predicting and urging this in the mid-1960s at a time when most people had never seen a computer, and a university like this might have been proud of itself for having one. He was a pioneer in robotics for children, and helping in showing the value in computer games, not in the value of the games themselves as much as the learning that kids demonstrate while playing the games. So he drew a very clear distinction between using some math software where you have to shoot down alien fractions and the level of engagement and intuition and ingenuity that kids are involved in when they're playing with games that they love. We posit in the book that we co-authored, Invent to Learn, Making Tinkering and Engineering in the Classroom, that Papert was also the father of what's being called the maker movement today. He predicted the backlash that schools would have towards not only his ideas, but towards modernity. And I think this is a trend that we're finding all over the world. He talked about, related to that idea, the rise of instructionism, the rise of practices in schooling that are against the natural order of learning. That one of the trends that I've found in schools all over the world is a return to whole class instruction, an epidemic of whole class instruction. That if the teacher isn't lecturing for the entire period, that every motion of the class is being conducted, being orchestrated by the teacher. I mean, what kind of education does this room inspire? Right? I mean, the furniture is literally part of the building. There's nothing flexible about this at all. It constrains, it compromises the kinds of experiences we could have. And he predicted and was a critic of the ways in which we use computers in schools today. That I often get phone calls from reporters who want me to say something about a unwise investment in technology that a school system has made. And I always have to try to draw the distinction between being an uncompromising, unapologetic advocate for every child computing and thinking that most of what we do with computers in schools is not only beneath what we're capable of doing, but in a lot of cases is destructive. And that's in the tradition of Papert as well. He wrote 3 seminal books about education and technology and learning, Mindstorms, A Children's Machine, and A Connected Family. They're all like fractals of each other. At every level of magnification, all of the same ideas are there. They had 3 different audiences: academics, teachers, and parents. So the book that I always chose to use when I was working in teacher education was The Children's Machine, because it speaks most to teaching, but academics, teachers, parents. So I think you can explain Papert's singular vision in 4 ways. 1, he developed a theory of learning that he called constructionism. 2, he invented the tools and the technologies that would propel that concept. 3, he described through vivid examples and learning stories, real and imagined, what that work would look like in practice. And in fact, although often dismissed as a utopian, almost all of Papert's research was done in settings with underserved populations of children. So as strong a critic as he was of education for his entire career, and of schools, of organized education and of schools, all of his major research was done in schools. In the 70s and then in the 80s, working in African American community in Boston, and then the work that we did together in the prison, and the work he did in developing countries, and in promoting 1 laptop per child, and helping revolutionize the educational system in Costa Rica. He actually worked in schools. One of the things that I've realized in my own academic career is most faculties of education have no interest in schools. And in fact, a lot of Papert's disciples work in computer clubhouses and after-school programs and maker spaces and hacker spaces. They too have given up on schools. I like to say that I haven't given up on schools because that's where the children are. And I think Papert felt the same way. He grew up in apartheid South Africa in the 1930s and 40s and was a leading dissident who actually had to sneak out of the country without a passport to avoid prosecution. And his entire life, he was engaged in fighting injustice and trying to democratize rich educational experiences, as well as understanding the kinds of thinking that would lead people to impose different systems on others. And then the 4th idea, which is a complete answer to the question of whether the accusation that he was a utopian, is from his first writing, he predicted how schools would ruin the innovation. That no matter what we're able to demonstrate to show how effective our intervention is, schools had a natural inertia that would reject that innovation. So a lot of times there were people who wrote kind of cheap attacks on Papert's work, saying that, you know, he's this clown who says if we give every kid a computer, they'll magically whatever. And he knew that it was much more complicated than that. He loved telling stories, and he had lots of enduring metaphors. I shared Mathland with you before. He talked about the idea of a school not being able to afford a lot of pencils, or the pencil just being invented. So the school bought 1 pencil, and then the next year they bought 10, and they put them underneath the school or on the top floor in the pencil lab. And every 2 weeks, kids would come and use the pencil. And we would develop pencil literacy curricula, and how preposterous that would be. And yet, that's often how we behave with computers. He talked about the computer as a mud pie, as material that we could use, the protein machine that we could use to construct knowledge, that we can make lots of things with the computer. And that by making things, we concretize our own intellectual experiences. He talked about the way we often use computers in schools is like strapping a jet engine onto a stagecoach. It'll blow the stagecoach apart and frighten the horses. And that if we were a surgeon and we visited a hospital from 100 years ago, we would be horrified by what we found. We wouldn't even know how to operate. If a surgeon from 100 years ago was in a time machine and came to today, medicine wouldn't look anything like he was familiar with. But look at this classroom. Right? This would have looked like this maybe a couple of 100 years ago. That we know exactly what to do in this. You hand the guy a mic and the rest of the people go to sleep. As I mentioned before, Papert was never happier than he was with children. You almost never wanted to have him meet with a minister of education or go on a television show or conduct an interview with a newspaper if there were kids around, because most of the time he would miss the meeting. And if he didn't, he'd be preoccupied by something he had seen the children do. And he would want to talk about it at a level of detail and enthusiasm that the stranger wouldn't understand. This is one of my favorite photos I took. I was running a class about 18 years ago, and I was teaching the children how to program their own virtual pet. Do you remember the Tamagotchis? A little toy that you had to feed them or pet them, or they would die or be mad. So it was a really nice programming assignment because you had to deal with all kinds of conditionality and variables. And I was teaching these children how you could make your own virtual pet. And this kid was sharing his project with us, and he explained that when your pet is too happy, the police come to your house. And maybe this was kind of a form of therapy as well. We didn't want to know many more details after that. But Seymour was delighting in what the kid had shared with us. As I mentioned before, a lifelong commitment to social justice. Not only did Papert launch this project inside the prison for teenagers, I saw him teach children. And there were times where we left him with children for a week or two at a time when the rest of us got busy. I remember one time returning to the classroom, and the kids were demanding that Seymour yell "shut up" at them, because apparently he had lost his temper at one point and yelled "shut up," and it was so unconvincing that they were making him do it over and over again because they thought it was funny. But he spent a great, and he marveled in the genius of these kids that everyone else in society had rejected, and was as interested in speaking and working and collaborating with them as he was with the great scientists that were part of his academic world. The reason for this, I believe, is that he had the empathy to recognize that although he had 2 PhDs in mathematics and loved pure mathematics, he recognized that not everyone had the same experience as him. And he spent his life trying to figure out a way to help people love what he loved as much as he did, but also understanding the limitations of that maybe some people wanted to love other things, and school could help them do that as well. That I like to say that school has an obligation to introduce children to things they don't yet know they love. The only reason we come to school is to learn about things that we don't know about already. And I think that's an idea that I picked up through my work with Seymour. His learning theory of constructionism is based on the Piagetian idea of constructivism, that constructivism describes the process of constructing knowledge inside the head of each learner. But he suggests that constructionism is the best way to ensure that happens through the active creation of sharing something that's outside of your head, of creating something that's shareable outside of your head. It could be a poem or a robot or a computer program or a volcano, but it could also be a theory or an idea or a song. And Papert said that the essence of Piaget was how much learning occurs without being planned or organized by teachers or schools. His whole point was that His whole point was that children develop intellectually without being taught. Fundamentally, Papert waged a lifelong battle between instructionism and constructionism. That when we talk about educational ideologies, philosophies, it's not left versus right, conservative versus liberal, traditional versus modern, Republican versus Democrat. It's what the myth you hold for how learning occurs. Do you believe that learning is the result of having been taught, that it's the consequence of having been taught, or do you believe learning is something done by the learner? And fundamentally, that's the debate, that's the dilemma. And I'm finding that politicians and policymakers all over the world cannot differentiate between teaching and learning. They cannot see a difference between teaching and learning. In fact, the word learning has become a noun. It's no longer a verb. So you hear people say we need to increase the learning, we need to improve access to the learning, as if learning was some sort of, hand grenade you toss in the classroom or a contagion that you hope if you throw in the classroom and pull the door shut really quickly, it'll spread. When a constructionist believes that learning is done by the learner through active experience. Talked about Mathland before, I'll go through this quickly. Okay. So he invented the first programming language for children, Logo, and all of its descendants. He was the inventor of the idea of every kid having a computer, and here are images from my work around the world where every kid had a computer. In fact, the whole notion of the personal computer was based on Alan Kay visiting Seymour's lab in 1968, being so excited by the mathematics he saw young children engaging in that on the plane ride home he drew this picture of what was called at the time the Dynabook, but became the personal computer. It looks a lot like what we have today. The motivation for that was Seymour's work. So he created the first robotic systems for learning, where we could concretize engineering, where we could provide a real way for kids to engage in engineering principles. That was rooted in 20 Things to Do with a Computer paper he and Cynthia Solomon wrote in 1971. His work was always based on the question of who's in charge, who has the power. Does the computer program the child, or the child program the computer? There's a lot of discussion today about games and gaming and serious gaming and video games in education and Minecraft in education. And I could spend a lot of time talking about the good and bad related to that. But again, Seymour was way ahead of it. He was so far ahead of it that in 1990, Nintendo gave him $3 million to investigate the power of kids in video games. And most of what he told Nintendo was their ideas were terrible. That when kids were playing video games, they were engaged in really high levels of learning and complexity. But that what people made as games for children to learn, or teaching games, tended to be insulting and trivial and focused on low-level understanding.
But I'd like to put it in a sort of bigger perspective. And taking this personally, I see it in the perspective of the last 45 years. I've been on a crusade believing that school will change, that school as we've known it, the separation of teachers who are supposed to know everything, teaching a lot of kids who are supposed to know nothing, this isn't going to last. But people often ask, why do I think this can change? 100 years ago, John Dewey said about the same sort of criticisms as I'm making, and that didn't have much effect. And there's been one education reformer after another trying to cause it to change, predicting it will change. What's different now? Well, two things are different now. One is we've got a technological infrastructure. Without these computers, it really couldn't change very much, because school is designed to fit the previous kinds of knowledge technology, like chalk and blackboard and print and paper and that sort of stuff. With a new kind of knowledge technology, we can have a new kind of learning. But there's another factor. In my last book, The Connected Family, I call this factor kid power.
So two ideas there. One is that sometimes people will hear people like Papert speak, or the work that we're engaged in, and say, well, what do you mean schools should change? School's been like this for hundreds of years. Just because there's some new technology, why should we change schools? And the reason is because school has always been shaped by the technology of its time. That, like I said, this very classroom, shapes the kind of educational experience that's possible, right? So it's not outrageous to suggest that revolutionary new technology should have an impact on what happens in the classroom. It's outrageous to suggest that it shouldn't. And the second is the idea that Papert fundamentally believed in the power of kids, and when teamed up with teachers who saw themselves as allies as opposed to their enemies, there was a great opportunity for us to make the world a better place for everyone. And I just want to read, there's a lot of text on the screen, two pieces from it. Papert says, I think the technology serves as a Trojan horse. But in the real story of the Trojan horse, it wasn't the horse that was effective, it was the soldiers inside the horse. And the technology is only going to be effective in changing education if you can put an army inside it which is determined to make that change once it gets through the barrier. Down on the bottom. 100 years ago, John Dewey was saying things about educational change not very different from what I believe in. He couldn't get very far, and the reason why he couldn't get very far is that he only had philosophical arguments. He didn't have an army, and he also didn't have the materials that allowed kids to be mathematicians and scientists and historians as opposed to being taught math and science and history. But that technology now exists. You must have an army, and it's an army primarily of children, and the adults also are a political force in this. You know, education is fundamentally a political act. I was in Reggio Emilia 10 days ago in Italy, often thought of as the best schools in the world, remarkably learner-centered, entirely project-based. There is no formal curriculum. It all emerges from the curiosity and the talents and the expertise of young children. And the first thing you see in their public exhibition, there's a sentence that says, "We are indeed partisans." We are partisans on the side of the child. And I think through a lot of public policy around the world, teachers have been put in an adversarial position against children. That when their pay is tied to whether the students improve or go down on standardized tests, you're not going to view the child in the same way when they're getting in the way of your professional remuneration or your stature. And Papert was aware of this in lots of ways and was suggesting that we need to create a culture where we can build upon the wonderful materials that are available for kids and their enthusiasm about it and be their allies in changing the world. He talked about idea aversion, that a lot of what happens in education is based on the idea that we're idea averse. We're afraid of new ideas. We're immune to new ideas. Again, 45 years ago, he predicted the sort of low-level, silly ways in which computers are being used in schools, that we'd be using them to reproduce the slate or the worksheet or the flashcard. In fact, he said the phrase technology in education usually means inventing new gadgets to teach the same old stuff in a thinly disguised version of the same old way. The real power comes from looking for the opportunities to learn and do in ways that were unimaginable before. You know, this is just one example. Everywhere in the world, I could look in a newspaper and find examples. Los Angeles decided a couple of years ago to spend $1 billion on iPads. They gave them to the kids. The kids took them home. They realized they didn't connect to the internet because the schools didn't want the kids online. So the kids fixed them. And then they were suspended and their iPads were taken away. And then they decided the iPads couldn't go home anymore. Well, what are we going to do with all these iPads? Well, every school was going to have a safe room. And we're going to have to spend $50,000 per school to build a room that we can lock the iPads in. And then they bought a curriculum that didn't exist, that people are going to go to prison over this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in the meantime, those of us who have been working to empower children with technology for 40 years now have to defend ourselves because idiots made stupid plans that were never based on anything more than preparing kids to take tests. You know, Papert used to talk about the fact that at best, school teaches 1/1000% of the knowledge that's in the universe. And yet we argue endlessly over which 1/1000% is important. Curriculum in and of itself is arbitrary. It's preposterous. It's arrogant. The idea that I know what you should know. And most importantly, I know what you should know, when you should know it, and in what order. Right? It's ridiculous. And so, throughout his work, he not only predicted how schools would reject the ideas he was talking about, but how they would react oppressively, negatively, towards this power. There's a speech he gave in 1990, I was at it, called Perestroika and Epistemological Politics, that I highly recommend you read. Because what he was saying was, educational systems are not unlike the Soviet Union, right? That Gorbachev thought he could make minor incremental changes and everything would be a little better. The markets would have fresher fruit. People would have a little more money in their pocket and everyone would be happy. And then everything collapsed, right? And Papert was an optimist that schools would experience the same the same fate. But like the Soviet Union, schools are now going through a Putin era, where just as we have this power to liberate and empower and amplify and create, we've got our boot on the necks of the creators. And again, if you're optimistic, over time, the arc of history bends towards justice, as Martin Luther King said. But we're in a period now where the system that's in chaos is trying to maintain control. And we have to recognize that we need to create better models of what's possible. The people can't choose from what they haven't seen. So those of us who know about this and know that we can say any math problem into our phone and get it solved, and know about Wolfram Alpha and know about wearable technology and GPS, and we need to be able to start creating models of what that looks like in classrooms so that people can choose something different. You know, Papert said in that speech something that's really important. He said it's the freedom of the teacher to decide, and indeed the freedom of the children to decide, that is most horrifying to the bureaucrats who stand at the head of current educational systems. And let me just say, in the United States and in Australia and in England, there's this idea that if you know nothing about education, you're much more qualified than people who are trained educators. So we have Teach for Australia, where you get a couple days worth of instruction, and you get put in a classroom as a teacher. And there's Teach for Australia, and there's Teach for America, and there's Teach for Bulgaria, and this is this sort of colonialization of schooling, of devaluing, de-skilling, deprofessionalizing teachers. We're privatizing schools all over the world. We're buying curricula that will be delivered to every child, etc. And we're facing this time where unqualified is the new qualified. There's this thinking among policymakers that anyone is smarter than a teacher, and therefore we should turn the system over to them. I think it's a very bad idea. And Papert says, but that doesn't really work. Forcing everyone to teach by the rules doesn't improve the bad teachers. It only hobbles the good ones. And the last idea that I want to share with you, that was probably the most provocative piece of Papert's work, is that he dared all of us to be better. He believed in us. He knows we have the power to be allies of children and to create productive contexts for learning, to shape the future, recognizing that it's okay to worry about what I'm going to do Monday if what I plan to do Monday is pointing in some direction of a larger vision of what I hope to do someday. And in order to let me end with this idea, and then I'll wrap up. He said, isn't it time for us to grow up? Those of us who are in the academy, those of us who know about programming, those of us who have skills, those of us who have spent time with children, need to reassert ourselves as the leaders that will take our cultures into the future. What's happened in educational technology around the world is people have gone from being visionaries and pioneers and inventors to being janitors. That the same people who got excited about using computers in schools are now trying to figure out which ones to buy and what kind of wire to pull through the ceiling and how to get that thing to work when it stops working. And they've been reduced to technocrats as opposed to visionaries. And we need to reassert that those of us who have a vision, have an idea of what kids are capable of, should be leading, not following, not serving someone else's goals. And in service of that, I created a website called dailypapert.com because I had a number of colleagues, people I respect, people who are clever, who kept coming up with new ideas. And I said, Seymour said that in 74. Seymour said that in 82. Seymour said that in 93. Seymour said that in 95. Seymour said that in 68. Anyway, and I'd buy them Seymour's books, and they would never read them. And so I decided every day I would post one idea from Papert. I did it for about a year. I've run out of steam. But the website will get re-energized in some way. At the top of it, though, now is a list of all of his published work and a whole lot of video and audio that people have never seen before that I'm sharing and that I've transcribed that I hope will lead to future scholarship. And if you have any students who want to work with any of that, I have a bunch of project ideas. But that's a resource as well as his books that might be of interest to you. And I'm early. Excellent. Questions? So his question is, do I have examples of schools where Pappert's ideas are fully implemented? I have some. If we had a time machine, I could take you to some. The problem with schools is that bad ideas are timeless and good ones are incredibly fragile, right? So there are schools who do really great things for a while, and then the principal changes, and it disappears like that. Or there's a new test, and it disappears like that. So the most depressing email I get says, I'm coming to America, or I'm coming to Australia, or I'm coming to Lithuania. Can you recommend some schools to visit? I can recommend a classroom in some schools. I can recommend places that used to be good. It's hard. It's hard. I mean, we're pushing a very large rock up a hill. But thankfully, there's a lot of writing about what has been done. And this question of success, or what we call in education, what works, is something we really need to challenge as well. Pappert did a little bit, but in me trying to keep his legacy alive a little bit, I'm fighting it as well. That the question of scale, at what scale, needs to be asked. When you say something didn't work, you need to be able to tell me at what level you're accusing it of not working. Did it fail to change every classroom everywhere in the world? Well, so did everything else. That's not a fair criticism. If you're talking about the early schools in Australia where every kid had a laptop and every kid was programming in logo at every grade level in every subject, I can tell you, not only have those kids had more interesting lives, but their teachers went on to run schools all over the world. They started companies. They got PhDs. They thought themselves as intelligent, like I did for the first time. That I can tell you that at the level of every classroom I work in, there's some kid who's thought to be stupid, or just got out of a mental institution, or has no friends, or hates school, and programs in logo for a couple days and starts seeing themselves differently and enters the community of practice. That's a level of success that I'm willing to dedicate my life to, even if it's one kid. So the notion of scale is really problematic. If we want scale, then there needs to be some level, paradoxically, of authoritarianism. Right? We're going to need a government somewhere that says everyone needs to do this. And in fact, the places where that has happened, they've had really good success. But then, as I said, governments change. And Costa Rica is a great example. Costa Rica committed the entire nation to doing this. And it's 30 years on, and they're now trying to figure out a way to sort of light the spark again. Because they got so busy managing it that the vision piece kind of got away from them a little bit. You know, as I said to master's students the other night, when you're trying to pull a system along, you want to make sure the rope is tight. You want to have examples and provocations that are slightly outside of what people can imagine, so that some people will come a long way, and some people will come just a little way, but they'll come more than if you had just, left a rope loose. Other questions? Sure.
You state that actually he predicted everything. And the question is, do you still have feeling that he still predicted something which is still not happened?
Well, that's a great question. And I should also say, Pappert was, I should have said this, Pappert was an important bridge between Piaget, who he helped understand how children learn mathematics, and using computers as ways to create more concrete experiences for children. And in between, he was a pioneer in artificial intelligence, which was concerned with the question of how do we get computers to think. And by thinking about computers thinking, we were thinking about children thinking, etc. I think the two things that Seymour would have been delighted with, I got to give him little bits. I went and visited him about 18 months ago, and I gave him little bits, these snapped together magnetic circuits that you could build elaborate machines with. And he was amused by that. But I can't help but think about how thrilled Seymour would be with programmable drones, because he was actually a pilot. And one of the greatest things I ever saw in my life was him teaching a child inside the prison how to use the Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's some very funny stories associated with it I won't go into. But I had only ever seen people use Flight Simulator at that point, literally to crash airplanes into the World Trade Center. This was before the terrible horror of 9/11, but everything I'd ever seen done with Microsoft Flight Simulator before 9/11 was crashing planes, because no one actually knew how to fly. And Papert was sitting with a child patiently and teaching him how to fly with it. I think drones would have really thrilled him, and I think Raspberry Pi would have really thrilled him. It was endlessly frustrating to him that children couldn't build the computer and make it their own. It made him crazy. And I know this for a fact because in 1999, when we started the prison project, we bought terrible PCs for the kids instead of Macintoshes, because we thought that we'd eventually be able to take them apart and make new ones and things like that. And the hardware industry was never cooperative. And that was a frustration for Papert. So I think those are two things. And I think the last thing, which I'll end on, is something I said earlier. Neither he nor I nor any of us had any idea what kids would be capable of doing if the adults had had the patience and the stamina to let children do some of these things for 2, 3, 5, 10 years. Who knows what would be possible if we didn't keep interrupting the kids and making them do something else, or if they could have actually become good at it. So I think that's a really good question. I think those are the kind of three things that he still would have wondered. And I think he always, from the time he was a young child, he wondered what it was about the human mind that made apartheid possible. And so I think all this sort of social upheaval, questions of social upheaval and social injustice we currently face would still be intriguing him as well. Okay, it's coffee time.
Yes. We can talk also during break. Thanks.
I understand that you just enjoyed the most educational part of the day, the talking with one another. Before I start the formal presentation, I want to introduce my partner and colleague, Sylvia Martinez. Sylvia and I co-authored a book called Invent to Learn, Making Tinkering and Engineering in the Classroom. We've been partners for 24 years. She was a student of mine. She was an engineer and was good at school. I was a jazz musician and bad at school. And we've been working together on various projects, running a publishing company, speaking and working around the world. And I'm letting her mostly sit today because Valentina gave me the very difficult challenge of doing 3 lectures in a row on different topics with the same audience, which I just figured out. So I've been rapidly changing my slides so that I don't repeat myself. And I decided to not, since we're largely on holiday, I didn't want to torture Sylvia with having to adapt to that as well, although she's free to interrupt as well as you are during the presentation. So I want to, we're going to talk about reinventing mathematics education. And before I get into that actual topic, I'd like to speak for a moment about the images that you see on the screen before you. I'm incredibly optimistic, despite what I may have said in the previous lectures. There are more people interested in doing something different for children today than probably any time in history. And although there's a lot more top-down repression from policymakers, there is a desire among children and teachers and parents for an alternative. And these images were taken during a Saturday morning maker workshop. I ran 2 of them at the American School of Bombay, an elite, expensive international school in Mumbai. All of the parents are promised that their children, when they graduate, will go to Oxford or Harvard. Whether that's true or not doesn't seem to matter very much. And when the parents and the children had 3 hours to mess about with traditional materials as well as new electronics and software, and they were able to see through the eyes and the hands and the screens of their children what was possible, the parents demanded that the school change. And I had never seen a school change as quickly as this one did, at the secondary level, because the parents wanted more richer experiences for kids. One of the things that we've learned in our work in the maker movement is that all these hands-on experiences aren't just good for kids who haven't been successful academically, but they pose a real challenge for the students who have been. Because we've overvalued learning with one's head, and the future is going to require that we learn with our head, heart, and hands. And those of us who have been traditionally successful academically will be at a disadvantage if we're unable to solve a problem we weren't taught how to solve in school. So what I like to say is when the same tools and processes, materials and challenges are found and required in the physics laboratory, the art studio, and the place where they fix cars, then we can stop sorting kids into winners and losers. That all of these things of learning with a head, heart, and hands are going to have to start coming together in order to prepare kids for the future. And these images are a great source of optimism for me. So, let me turn my clicker on. Oops, that was bad. Let's try that again. And during this presentation, I'm going to have some activities for you that you're going to have to participate in. So we'll end on a high note. But I want to talk about reinventing mathematics education. And I'm going to start with some controversial ideas and then show you some examples of what could be different for children. As I mentioned earlier, and for those of you who are watching elsewhere, there are a collection of resources available at inventtolearn.com/Vilnius. And I'm not surprised when kids do extraordinary things. I'm surprised when adults are surprised that kids are capable of doing extraordinary things. I've learned to come to expect it. And I'm not just talking about the one kid who gets on television for being magical at something. I'm talking about kids routinely doing interesting things. Some people are excited that we can use the computer to teach things that we've always wanted kids to know, maybe a little more efficiently. But what really excites me is using the computer to create opportunities to learn and do in ways that we couldn't do in the past. And one of the big ideas driving my work is this idea that young people have a remarkable capacity for intensity. Young people have a remarkable capacity for intensity. This was said by a president of a university in the United States named Leon Botstein in a completely different context, but it has really resonated with me. That young people are capable of doing a lot more. They're capable of running at a higher speed than we often ask of them. And it's incumbent upon us to build upon that capacity for intensity. Otherwise, it manifests itself as boredom or ennui or misbehavior, or perhaps worst of all, wasted potential. So we get to the point where we're congratulating ourselves on social media about that schools that instead of punishing children are making them meditate. Well, I guess it's marginally better, but maybe you could create a context where the kids weren't misbehaving in the first place. Maybe there's a sense that they actually belonged there and they were part of something bigger than themselves. This is one of my favorite photographs. I took it about 23 years ago in a school in Australia where the kids were programming on their own laptops. They were using Logo Writer at the time. And look at the kid in the center of the screen. He's shaking with anticipation. In the time that elapsed between hitting the return key and awaiting the result to appear on his screen, every ounce of his being is mobilized in anticipation of the result. And in that case, and literally hundreds since, minutes after I snapped that photo or met that kind of kid, teacher took me aside and whispered in my ear, and that child's not good at school. I had an instance in Australia, not in Australia, I was in Hong Kong. And I walked into a classroom and I said, "Hi, I'm Gary, let's get started." We started programming in Turtle Art. The kids had never seen it before. One kid was really clever. He obviously had a lot of aptitude. And anything I threw at him, he could solve the problem, and he'd give me another challenge. And then I gave him a challenge, and I raced him to see who could finish it first. And in the middle of the class, he politely stood up and went to the teacher's computer, connected to the projector, and led an impromptu lecture about some skill that he thought some of his classmates were having trouble understanding. And at the end of the class, I gave him my business card and said, stay in touch. That was terrific. And later in the day, the kid met me in the corridor, and he came running up to me, and he wanted to tell me about all the things he had tried since I'd been in his class earlier that day and how exciting the work was that he was doing, and wanted to thank me for introducing him to it. And I said, "Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Please." And we parted ways, and as we parted ways, he went to his class, I went to where I was teaching. One of my colleagues said, "And we're throwing that kid out of our school." And they were throwing the kid out of the school because he moves around in his chair, or he asks too many questions, or he goes to the water fountain too often. And no one noticed how capable this kid was. And the way I diagnosed the problem is there's an acute intensity imbalance. There's an imbalance between the potential of the child and what the school is asking of them. And I'm not talking about adding another subject or giving another test or creating a new level of tracking. What I'm talking about is just turning the energy level up a little bit in the classroom. And this is critical in mathematics as well as any other subject. So I want to start off with the things that will make everyone angry. And these are some controversial assumptions that I start with about mathematics in school. The first is that mathematics instruction is a disaster. It's a disaster in every school in every country. It's good for a small number of children. It's bad for everyone else. And one of the things that I learned from Seymour Papert was that, let's say your school is a lovely garden where children love to be, where there's art and music and play and curiosity and inquiry and science experiments and baking taking place. You're inspired by the Reggio Emilia approach or John Dewey. You've got some form of open education. You're really deeply committed to child-centered learning. Well, there's that one part of the day or the week where everything changes, and that's math class, where someone comes in with tablets, from the gods of what you're supposed to teach, it's what you're supposed to know, and there's right and wrong answers, and there's a sequence that we think everyone needs to follow. And what happens with that phenomena is that we ultimately reintroduce coercion, forcing people to do things against their better nature into the system. And that coercion is corrosive. It ultimately destroys and undermines all the other innovations in the school. And if you ask anyone who's written a book or is famous for having some progressive school anywhere in the world, they will tell you, if you get them, you put a couple drinks into them, a couple glasses of wine, they'll tell you mathematics is a problem. So, second area is that there's a great chasm between mathematics, this jewel of human creation and intellect, and what we teach in school called math. Marvin Minsky, the great artificial intelligence scientist, pioneer, said what we teach in school doesn't even deserve to be called math, maybe just math. Seymour Papert used to say, "You're killing something I love," right? That there's this giant gap between what happens in mathematics and math. We want kids to be mathematicians as opposed to being taught math. Mathematics is a way of making sense of the world, and computing is a way of making mathematics. I said this earlier, but I believe that modern knowledge construction is inseparable from using a computer for computing. That knowledge is a consequence of experience for everyone all the time. That the teacher needs to plant as small a seed as possible to generate the greatest garden. That coercion, forcing people, is the enemy of learning and empathy. And that whenever we need to make a decision about how to intervene on behalf of some educational transaction, we need to stop, take a deep breath, and ask ourselves the question, is there less that I can do and more that they can do? How do I shift more agency to the learner? So, there's 3 transformations that are required. We almost only ever talk about 1 or 2 of them. When we try to improve mathematics education, we almost always focus on pedagogy. We focus on new curriculum, new sequence, new textbook. We won't have black and white photos anymore. We'll have color photos. We'll ask children to count Pokemon instead of counting Ninja Turtles. But we almost always are trying to come up with some new trick to teach them mathematics. An area where we don't spend enough time thinking, enough emphasis, is on creating a climate where children feel safe and secure and confident in their ability to construct mathematical knowledge. And the third area almost never gets any focus at all, and that's content. We were at the World Expo in Milan last year, and there's exhibitions from all the various countries around the world, and the lines were so long that we could only get into bad countries. So we went to Turkmenistan. There was a very short line for Turkmenistan, and they had a 2nd grade mathematics textbook. And it was just as lousy as every mathematics textbook everywhere else in the world, except there was a big picture of their leader in the front page. Otherwise, it was indistinguishable from what you would get in a 2nd grade textbook in America or anywhere else. And as Papert said in lots of ways, we need to change the diet of mathematics that's available to children. So, because a lot of you have been brave enough to come to 3 lectures, I was quickly changing things. So I'm going to show some videos, create some opportunities for us to have some discussion, and do a couple of activities as well around these 3 ideas. So I think that if we want to change anything, we need to be willing to change everything. I showed this a couple nights ago, but this is my friend Jonah. Jonah was 5 years old in kindergarten. Jonah was painting that beautiful painting, and I went up to him and I said, "I'll give you $1 for your painting." Being a little bit of a wise guy. $1 meaning $1 in America. And Jonah responded, "I want 2. So I fiddled around in my pocket and I said, "I only have a single and a 5. Now, There are early childhood mathematics researchers who would spend their lifetime dealing with those two sentences, because there was ordinal numbers and cardinal numbers, there was vernacular slang and proper terminology. Jonah could navigate all of those systems. It was fine. I said, I only have a single and a 5. And he replied, I'll take the 5 and not give you any change. Right? So I offered $1. He's going to take $5, not give me change. Great little hustler, 5 years old. He's got a really nice number sense. Most of the research, unfortunately, suggests that by the time he finishes the next year of school, if you gave him the exact same problem, he would ask, do you add or subtract? That he would then be looking for the rule. He wouldn't have the intuition that he had before he was taught mathematics. And that's problematic. You know, Piaget teaches us that it's not the responsibility of the teacher to correct the child from the outside, but rather to create the conditions by which the child corrects themselves from the inside. This is how learning occurs. And I want to share a bit of video with you. Look at the time. We'll watch about 5 minutes of this video, and then I want to have some discussion. I want you to talk to each other and then to talk to me. It's a video made by a colleague of mine named Constance Camille, K-A-M-I-I. She worked with Piaget, as did Papert. Camille has dedicated her entire research life to understanding how very young children construct arithmetic, how they understand arithmetic. And she has voluminous, peer-reviewed research that demonstrates if you teach the kids the algorithm, if you teach them the trick, if you teach them how to solve the problem, they not only will be less likely to understand how to solve the problem themselves, but the range of wrong answers they give will be larger. So in other words, she's worked with classrooms, 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade, where the children aren't taught at all how to solve the problems, but through playing games and singing songs and trading things and doing this sort of natural work that children engage in, they come to understand arithmetic better than in the control group where they weren't taught the algorithm in school, but the parents fix it at home, and the classroom where they're taught it the traditional way. In fact, like I said, not only are the kids who weren't taught at all much more likely to get the right answer, but the range of wrong answers is much smaller. So in other words, if you ask a kid to add 3 plus 2, they don't say 7,000. Right? But if a kid doesn't have a good number sense, they're often sort of just making things up. So this is a video, it's 30 years old now, but it's quite provocative. And it's of a teacher of 2nd graders, so that's 7 years old or so. And look, the room looks a lot like this room. But I want you to watch a few minutes of this, and then we'll have some discussion. Okay? Hang on, the audio's not going to work until I turn it on. Try this one more time.
I think that 20 and 30 was 50, and that 9 and 5 was 14.
Double column addition is usually taught by giving rules to children to follow. In this way of teaching, children are told to add the ones in the right-hand column first, and then add the tens. The research and theory of Jean Piaget show that children acquire logical mathematical knowledge not by internalizing such rules from the environment, but by construction from the inside through their own natural ability to think. An approach to first grade arithmetic involving the addition of small numbers such as 5 and 9 was published in a book called Young Children Reinvent Arithmetic. As the title suggests, children can reinvent addition on their own without any instruction in the traditional sense. If children play dice games and add 3 and 3, 4 and 2, and so on, day after day, they will remember the results of these actions without any lessons, worksheets, or reinforcements by the teacher. What about double column addition? Rob Medell found in a private school in New York City that if children are encouraged to think in their natural ways, they universally begin by adding the tens first, before adding the ones. This is what we also found, as you see in this discussion. It took place in a second grade classroom in the middle of the school year, early in February.
Celsi.
Disagree.
Ryan, what did you get? JC?
111.
Okay. Who wants to try to explain how to get the answer? All right, JC?
And then 80 and 20 is 100. And then the 6 and 4 was 10. So I took the 7 and 4 and that made 11.
Okay.
Agree. That's how I did it.
You disagree with yourself? Which do you think it is now, Brian? Okay, Celsi, what about you? Do you still think it's... Okay. Let's go into another.
Let's look at how our children invent subtraction in problems such as this one.
See? What'd you get? That one? Anyone else? Okay, I'm hearing a lot of 18 and a lot of 11, and a lot of people are saying the answer is 9. So we have 3 more answers again. Does someone have something we don't have up here? All right, how many think it should be 18? 4. How many think? All right, how many think it should be 11? 2. How many think it should be 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, Gary, we'll let you try first. What do you think the answer is?
See, you take what the last answer. 9.
Okay.
See, you take, like I did last time, you take the 6 and the 7 off the 17.
Okay.
And then take off 10, and that would be 10. And take off 7 more, and that would be 3. And add 6 back on, and that would be 9.
Okay, so 20 take away 10 was 10. You did. What was your answer?
It was
18. All right, Elizabeth?
I took 10 off the 20, and that was 10. And I took 6 off the 7, and that was 0. And I took 1 off the 10, and that was 9. So 1 is 10 and 1 is 11.
Seven is 1, and 10 and 1 is 11.
The explanation of the next child, Grace, is impossible to follow. But when children try to give an argument that will convince somebody else, this thinking in itself helps them learn arithmetic.
You can't take 20. If you took 20 away from that 20 and you took away 10, how could it be 11 because you're taking 10 away? I can tell it. See, you'd have to have 21 take that 21 away with the 10 and you'd be taking away 11. Crazy. You know, I'll prove it's not. I'll prove it's not. Stand up. See? You see, 10 take off from 20 is 10, right? And then add 6 on it, 16. Minus 7 is 9. I can't prove it's not good. I didn't
Stephen? What do you do?
I disagree with myself.
All the children subtracted 10 from 21st. However, they dealt with the ones in 3 different ways. Elizabeth said that she could subtract only 6 from 6, and therefore had to subtract 1 from 10. Gary subtracted 7 from 10, and then added 6, but Chris added 6 to 10, and then subtracted 7. Stephen's answer of 11 is familiar to all teachers who have taught subtraction of this kind. Piaget said that if children make errors, they make them because they are intelligent and think. The teacher's job, therefore, is not to correct the children from the outside, but to create a situation in which children might correct themselves. Piaget's theory about the nature of logical mathematical knowledge convinces us that children are bound to arrive at truth if they argue long enough. This is why we bring out wrong answers and encourage children to exchange points of view. Whether they are right or wrong, children construct knowledge more solidly when they are encouraged to defend their ideas. If they become convinced that another idea is better, they will change their minds. This is why the teacher refrains from saying that an answer is correct or incorrect, and instead encourages children to agree or disagree with each other. You're perhaps...
Okay, so make some friends for a couple minutes, have a bit of a conversation about this, so that we can then share with everyone. Okay? That means you have to talk. Make eye contact. Fall in love. Make a friend. just looks at the curriculum and says, that's great, they can't learn. There's 100 years of research that has never found a single child who can do that. Let's see, they generalized grading together. Okay, about another minute. Okay. Okay, so who has an observation or question or comment to share? Yeah, go ahead.
No textbooks on the tables, like on the desks.
Yeah, no te-
They don't use textbooks.
Right, there's no textbook. Okay. Good observation. What else? No stress. Perhaps. No smartboard. Yeah. You know, those we're finding there's an interesting problem in America with the smartboard. You can't recycle them. They're really hard to throw away. Okay. Yeah.
They are very quiet. Usually in class 30, these kids running everywhere. Not just like that.
Okay, they seem to be behaved. What else? Right, so there's lots of wait time. What else? Your students would love or wouldn't? They would love? So she's saying the students can propose how to calculate. What you want to avoid, though, is you want to avoid replacing the teacher this high with the teacher that high. Right? It's not just a matter, because this was the argument someone said about smart boards. This was the argument with the smart board. Well, the children can lead the discussion. So then we just have a midget teacher. We just have a shorter teacher. Right, as opposed to what the learner's doing. What other observations? She said a few things without any instruction. She meant the word any, without any. Right? Without any, they could do this. What else? Is the idea applicable with older children, with other topics, other subjects? You said yes? Right. I one time had to be a substitute teacher. I volunteered when the teacher was going to be somewhere else or was sick in my daughter's class, and it was multi-age. And there was one 13-year-old girl in the class who was she was in charge. She was the leader of the class. She knew everything. And she came to me with the answer to a math problem. And I said to her, "How do you know?" And then I got busy doing other things, as you do as a teacher. And it occurred to me that I didn't see her anymore. And I said, "Hey, what happened to Mary?" And one of the other kids said, "Oh, she's locked in the bathroom crying." Because the simple question of asking, "How do you know?" turned the most aggressive, confident kid in the class into someone crying locked in the toilet. Right? That's the "how do you know" is support your answer. Is an important skill that's very different from I'm worried about what just happened here. Okay, we're good. It's a very different skill from what we often do in mathematics class of asking children to show all work. Do you do that here? Show all your work. Which is really just because you don't trust them. Right? There's not as much value for the learner in there as the fact that we think they're cheating. Right? And we were discussing, last night we watched the movie The Man Who Knew Infinity. The movie about the Indian mathematician Ramanujan, who was degraded through his entire life because he could do the maths, but he wouldn't show you how he did it. He wouldn't do the proof. And I like in the video where the kid says, I can prove it. I was an adult before I understood that a mathematical proof had to do with proving something. When I was in school, mathematical proof was just doing a lot of writing. It wasn't about proving anything. I might have been able to prove it lots of ways. That was the one way you proved it. Okay, so I want to move on, and we're going to do a couple other... Yeah, please.
The other thing you might have noticed is how the teacher almost seemed like she didn't care, right? That any answer was a good answer, and that was extremely deliberate. And actually, doing a lot of research with girls and math is that girls mimic the attitude of the teacher. So when the teacher is communicating what the right answer is, the girls will agree with the teacher, even if they're not sure in their own head that they really understand or not. That kind of affect, that kind of flat, non-judgmental way to take the input from the children is hard to do, because when you hear the right answer, you tend to sort of perk up. It's natural, right? But you have to let them have the wrong answer and not judge them, even with your face. I think that's kind of overlooked.
One of my favorite anecdotes like that comes from Reggio Emilia in Italy was Loris Malaguzzi, who was the philosopher behind all the work that they've done there since World War II. Once accused one of the veteran teachers of being too blonde. He said, "You are too blonde." And what he meant by it was, everywhere I look, I see you. Whenever I'm in the classroom, I can't miss you. And he was trying to get the teacher to sort of disappear a little bit. Because, as I said earlier, less us, more them. Anytime you can shift more agency, more authority, more responsibility to the learner, they profit from it. Okay, I want to go build to another activity and start with one of the most stunning quotes I ever read about mathematics education. It comes from a 1989 document in the United States called the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics Standards. A funny thing happened. A group of smart mathematics educators created some standards in the late 80s. It was the first time the word standards had been used very much in America, and they were clearly talking about raising the standard for mathematics education. And very quickly, the word came to mean lowering the standard to make everybody do the same thing. And that standardization is about lowering. And they said something really provocative that a lot of parents don't understand, the media hasn't thought about, and may even be a surprise to mathematics teachers. They said in 1989, which is more than 25 years ago, 50% of mathematics has been invented since World War II. Say it again, 50% of mathematics has been invented since World War II. I bet very little, if any of it, is in your curriculum. And the reasons they say why we've had such an explosion of new mathematical knowledge is because of computers and computing. You know, the fact that we need to be able to track missiles being shot different places in the war. And the second reason is the social sciences demands for number. Right? The fact that everywhere you go, you're hearing statistics and you're hearing people argue on one side of an issue or another using mathematics. And so mathematical domains like number theory, chaos, topography, fractal geometry are new forms of mathematics. And because they're new, we always think they're on top. And only the most senior mathematicians can have experience with these concepts. But I would argue the computer democratizes access to a lot of these knowledge domains and produces fun, playful, experimental, creative laboratories for children to engage in mathematics. So we're going to look at one of those problems in a minute or two. And I said to the students I spoke with the other day here at the university, I've been lucky enough in my life to know a couple really smart mathematicians, really accomplished mathematicians. Some of them are friends, some of them I've met once or twice. I've spent time with John Conway, I've spent a lot of time with Stephen Wolfram, and I never feel stupid around them. I felt stupid a lot of times when I was in math class. My math teachers, who weren't 1/1,000,000th of the mathematician that the other people I mentioned were, had a way of making students feel bad about themselves that mathematicians themselves don't have. And like other experts, that's because people who are expert at what they do like other people who are interested in what they do. That's why why mentoring is so powerful. That's why it's easy to find mentors for children, because people who are good at what they do want it to continue. They want to pass it down. They want to share it. So, I'm going to welcome all of you, who I now consider among the world's greatest mathematicians, to a convention. And in this convention, we're going to try to solve a problem. We're going to try to solve a problem that seems very simple. And that problem goes by a number of different names. It's called Ulam's conjecture, the hailstone problem, the Syracuse problem, Kakutani's problem, Haas's algorithm, the Collat's problem. And we're going to play with this problem together. Now, if we had a lot of computers, we could break up into small groups and we could do this, but we'll just try to do it as a class. The problem uses a machine. The machine takes positive integers as input. We stick a positive integer into the machine, and then a number spits out the bottom. And the way we determine what spits out the bottom of this machine is, if the number is even, we cut it in half. If it's even, we cut it in half. If it's odd, we multiply it times 3 and then add 1. Okay? Only 2 rules. Simple. We understand them. Even number, what do? Cut it in half. Odd, multiply it times 3 and add 1. So if we put the number 5 in the machine, what does 5 become? 16. And then we put that number back into the machine. What does 16 become? What does 8 become? What does 4 become? What does 2 become? What does 1 become? 4. So the conjecture is that for any number you put into this machine, you eventually get to a repeating pattern of 4, 2, 1. Okay? So if I asked you to do this with pencil and paper, we could do it for a while, but it would get kind of exhausting. And instead, we're going to use the computer as our laboratory assistant. And the good thing about using a computer as our laboratory assistant is he doesn't need to get paid. He works all night, weekends, doesn't get tired, and doesn't give us any answers. Just records some data for us. The computer in this case is just a monkey. Okay, so let's look at the problem on the computer. And in fact, if you want to play with it later, I have a version of it running on the web at this URL. It's running a logo program written in Snap. So I'm going to do it on the browser as long as my internet connection is still working. And I'm going to click here on my lab assistant, and it's going to run, I hope. There we go. So I'm going to click on try one. And it says, give me a starting value. So I'm going to put the number 1 in, hit go, and it told me that 1 took how many generations to get to 4? How long did it take to get to 4? 1 step. Okay, let's try another one. 2 will take how long? You want to make a prediction? 2 steps. And you are correct. Let's try another one. Let's try 3. 3 doesn't take 3 steps, it takes 5 steps. So if I had a blackboard, it would be easier than this, but we're going to try to do it. I'll skip this. On my screen instead, so that 1 took 1 generation, 2 took 2 generations, 3 took 5 generations. So if we wanted to just not look foolish, we wanted to remain intelligent, we might say, well, 4 will take more generations because 4 is a bigger number, might take more generations. Kids have said things to me like 2 plus 1 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, so 4 plus 5 is 9, right? But we'll try, we'll go back to our laboratory and try it. And we'll put a 4 in here, and how long is 4 going to take? 0, because 4 is 4. So I talked so much, you started to believe me, maybe. Okay, so now I would say to kids, simply, find me a number that takes a long time. Find the number that takes a long time. Remember, the rule is positive integers. What's one thing that kids will start doing immediately? Big numbers. They'll put astronomically big numbers in. They'll say, 98765, and they'll click go, and it says it took 51 generations. Okay, interesting. We might try things like 11. It's a prime number. It takes 12 generations. After the kids have explored for a while, I might share a couple of observations. One of the observations I can almost always share is not a single kid will write anything down. And I don't mean just write it down with a pen. They won't keep it on their computer. They won't do any record keeping at all. So you might want to suggest at this point that you might want to take a more systematic approach to the problem. But I might say to the kids, because we don't have infinite time, find me a number that takes a long time that's not so big a number. And eventually, does anyone have a suggestion? You have a number you want me to try? I'll show you one of my favorites. 27. 27 takes 109 generations. Now, to give you a sense of scale, if we try 26, 26 takes 8, 28 takes 16, 29 takes 16, what number? 41? Why do you think 41? What's your hunch? She likes 41. 41 takes 107. So now the first question is we need to define what's a long time. We have to start dealing with limits, right? Because some numbers take a dozen times, 16, 18 times, and then we get these other numbers that take a really long time, right? So let's say we want to really investigate 27 for a minute. I might say to the kids, so right, 27 just moved into the house next to yours. 27 is your new neighbor. If someone says, hey, what's 27 like? What can you tell them? And kids will say things like, it's a cubed number. Kids who don't know exponents will say it's a number times a number times a number, right? And then you can say, oh, that's called a cube number, and they'll remember it. They'll say it's odd. It's composite. 3 and 9 are factors. 1 and 27 are factors. The 10's value is even, the 1's value is odd. All of its factors are odd. The sum of the numbers add up to be 9. And then we can go through this as a community of mathematicians and disprove these. I can then say to the kids, your job is to find if any of these are true. So then the kids have to find examples. I'm sorry, microphone. I then ask the mathematicians in my class to now prove or disprove these assertions, to find numbers that confirm or deny the argument that I'm making. So we could very easily say all odd numbers don't take a long time, right? Because 1 doesn't. Numbers with 3 and 9 factors is easy to disprove. Numbers that have 1 and 27 factors might not be so easy. Composite numbers is easy to prove. Cube number, that one's kind of interesting. So let's play with that for a minute. So let's say four cubed, which would be what number? 64. Right? Because we had 3 cubed, we'll try 4 cubed. 4 cubed only takes 4 generations. Oops. So now let's say, oh, okay, we'll modify our hypothesis. Only odd cubes take a long time. So we'll try 5 cubed. And 5 cubed takes a long time. And now I would say, is that right? Now, what are the 2 ways I can disprove this? My hypothesis is that all odd cubes take a long time. What are the 2 ways I can disprove it? Finding an odd number that's cubed that doesn't take a long time, or finding an even cube that does take a long time. And in fact, both are fairly easy to find. 10 cubed, which is 1,000, takes a long time. Now, I had to type 1,000 in. With a little bit of programming, I could have made it so that I could have typed 10 times 10 times 10 into that box, and it would have done the calculation for me. Or 10 cubed, without me having to do the calculation in advance. But I just kept it simple. Okay, so let's look at this in a more systematic way. I'm going to say, I clicked on my other tool, which is find long sequences. And I'm going to say, start with the number 1. And then it says, what's the minimum length of a long time? Do we want to agree on a number that's a long time? What's the limit? What's the threshold? Make a suggestion. Let's say 100. That's kind of good. And now we hit return. And now let me drag this so you can read it. It's now making a table where the first number is the number and the second number is the long time. I apologize, you're going to have trouble seeing it. But let me just share a couple. So now you can look at thousands or tens of thousands of these pairs and start finding new patterns. So for example, let me stop this. If I go up to the top, I find that 54 and 55 take 110 generations. Now, why does 54 take 110 generations? This is easy. Because 27 took 109, and we double it, it's one more, it's 110, right? But what's 55 got to do with this? How often do you see 2 adjacent numbers that behave in similar fashion? And notice I'm using anthropomorphic terms like behave, right? We don't often talk about numbers behaving. But for some kids already, we're thinking, this is super cool, right? And when I've done this in schools, I've done it with 100 kids at a time, and invariably the school wants to show me the kid who's really good at math, who gets it. And I said, you're missing the little fat kid with the chocolate on his face, whose eyes are about to explode, who's not quite sure what's happening here, but he's never seen anything this amazing. That's the kid you want to invest in, right? So 54 and 55. Then you end up with numbers like, I'm having trouble reading it, 83 and 84 take the same number of long times. And then over 100, I got to read it on my computer, sorry. I should make this better. So we get 62 and 63 take 105 generations. 82 and 83 take 108. And then when we go over 100, we have 108, 109, 110 that take 111 generations. So tell me what's your new hypothesis. Below 100, we were getting pairs of adjacent numbers that were taking the same long time. What's happening over 100? We start seeing triples of adjacent numbers that take the same long time. So what do you think would happen if we told this to start at 1,000? What do you think would happen? Well, in fact, we start getting 4 adjacent numbers. Oops, that's not good. We start getting 4 adjacent numbers that take the same long time. Now, what's the mathematical explanation for this? Maybe. What's the mathematical explanation for that? Hey, it came back. We got 2 under 100, 3 above 100, 4 above 1,000. What's the mathematical term for that? They've all been in school, right? Place value? Right? Something like that. So I ran around forever saying this has to do with place value. And then a 10-year-old somewhere found 4 numbers between 200 and 300 that fit the pattern. And all of a sudden, my hypothesis was blown to hell. Right? So what's fun about this is every time you think you know something, you realize you don't know anything at all. And we can look at another representation of it. So if I say start with the number 1, now we got a graph. What is this graphing? Tell me what the 2 axes are. The number and the number of generations. So look at this graph for people who get turned on by graphs. You get this, like you could drive a truck through the middle. You have these numbers that take a really long time and numbers that don't take very long, but almost nothing that takes a middle amount. And when you see 2 dots next to each other, you know that those are those patterns you're looking for. So with a little bit of computer programming, you can modify the program to be a better assistant, to do things you want, to print it out every night, to email you something, whatever you need. This is playful, it's combative, it's cooperative, it's competitive. And it's from a branch of mathematics called number theory. I should also mention that the problem is unsolved. Right? Now, for a lot of kids, that completely blows their mind. The idea that you can have an unsolved problem. There is actually there's an occasional conference dedicated to this problem. The first time I did this with graduate students in the late 90s, one of my students found that there was a conference, an entire convention dedicated to this problem. And he began writing to the convener of the conference. And it was like that old joke on the internet, no one knows you're a dog. You know, there was an old cartoon of a dog typing on a computer. On the internet, no one knows you're not a mathematician, because you can play with this problem just like real mathematicians. The idea to children that mathematics can be playful, that it can be mysterious, that it can be complex, and that you can use the computer to help you, to provide you with the tools to think, is a profoundly different experience than most kids have in school. And I can tell you with confidence that when I do this in schools with children, no one bothers to look up any of the terms that I show them at the beginning, of all of the names this goes under. One of the reasons why this is called Ulam's conjecture is that they've only tested a few billion numbers and are not sure if it's actually a theory yet, or an actual fact. That the jury is still out. And if you did just mindlessly Google it, you know, you've all seen kids who just Google everything. If you Googled it, you would get a screen full of mathematics that it would immediately make you close your computer. Because there are real mathematicians who get a paycheck by waking up in the morning, saying goodbye to their wife and kids, and going to the university and playing with numbers like this. Again, this is completely different from traditional school mathematics, made entirely possible by the computer. And what level of mathematical knowledge and skill did you need to be able to do this? What level of skill did you need? Multiplying, odd, even, right? And thinking. I find that really fascinating. So, skip that. I talked about this earlier. Oh, yeah, I have to show this example. So, a lot of the stuff that's being done around computational thinking, where they try to excuse using a computer, comes up with these crazy analogies. And this was one that was from Edutopia magazine a number of years ago that said, they called it aesthetic computing instead of computational thinking. Attempts to reach those frustrated by traditional math instruction by presenting abstract mathematical concepts in a more creative and personal way. Students break down difficult mathematical concepts such as algebraic equations into their basic parts, figure out how those parts relate to one another, then recreate the equation creatively. Who can argue with that? For example, a standard equation for graphing lines on a slope such as y equals mx plus b might be a hamburger, with y representing the whole burger, m referring to the meat, and x standing in for the spices. Multiplication is indicated by the fact that the meat and the spices are mixed together, and b is added to represent hamburger buns. Are you with me? Who's less confused now than they were before? Probably no one. And then they go on to say, best of all, you don't even need a computer, and this is what bad curriculum writers always do. Students can then write a story about the burger, or they can rap about it, or a puppet show, or a PowerPoint presentation. I never understood slope-intercept form. This sure in hell wouldn't have helped. One of my favorite quotes comes from the 18th century British painter Sir Joshua Reynolds. And the reason why I know this quote is because it hangs all over Thomas Edison's laboratory. I grew up as a boy 30 minutes from where Edison had his laboratory. And as a third grader, we went on a field trip to the Edison labs for the first time. And I don't like to think I'm that old, but some of the tour guides had worked for Edison. I'm like one generation away. It's kind of scary. And everywhere in Edison's lab, he had a sign that said, "There is no expedient to which man will not resort to avoid the real labor of thinking." And a lot of what we do in schools, not just in arguing that kids shouldn't program, but in creating fake activities for them, is consistent with Sir Joshua Reynolds' idea. We will go to unbelievable lengths to create phony activities for kids as opposed to them having real experiences. The same schools that will tell you there's no time for projects or experiments will buy some silly activity that teaches teamwork, or, there's 100 examples. You know about these escape rooms? We saw them in Barcelona. That drunken insurance salesmen go for the night, and they're locked in a warehouse, and they have to figure out how to get out. And it builds teamwork and collaboration. There's now people selling versions of that for classrooms. Don't tell me you have the time and money to do that or to play Minecraft when you tell me you don't have the time for kids to learn how to program or to build robots or to put on plays or learn to play musical instruments, etc. Alan Kay said, to the extent to which we want to declare that Logo failed, it failed because the teachers didn't understand the mathematics the children were doing. So I want to show some of what kids can do. I mentioned turtle art earlier. I want to actually do something in turtle art for you. Let me skip that for a second. Sit back down at my computer. So, turtle art is free. If you go to turtleart.org, and I'll show you that. If you go to this website and click on the email us link and say, I was in Gary's lecture, can I please have the software? They will send you a download link for it. Brian Silverman and Artemis Papert created this. They just like to know who has it. It amuses them to know there are people in Lithuania using the software. If you have an iPad or an iPhone, it runs, you can buy it for the iPad or iPhone now from the Apple Store as well. But let me show you how it works. It's a version of Logo. It's a block-based version of Logo, but it's deliberately intended to be simple so that you can do very quick things easily and then make complexity possible. So if I drag a block onto the screen like forward 100 and click on it, it moves the turtle forward 100. If I tell it now to go forward 50, how far have I gone altogether? 150. If I wanted to go back to the midpoint, what would I change that number to? I want to go halfway back. I'll say 75. I could have also turned right 180 and gone forward 75. I could also have gone forward negative 75. So I'm going to clean this up, drag these blocks off, and I'm going to make a quick little stack where I'm going to say go forward 50, forward 100, I mean, back 50, turn right 90, go forward 50, back 100, forward 50, and then left 90. So let's see what this does. It makes one of those things. Okay? So we've now got this thing that when I run it, by clicking anywhere on it, it makes a cross. And we can name it that if we like. We can name it cross by putting a hat on it and giving it a name. And then we get a block called cross. So now if I said, repeat 5 times, make a cross, and turn right 45, it will do that. So a question I might ask kids is, how many more times do I need to repeat that thing before the turtle comes back to where it started? I repeated 5 times. How many more times do I need to repeat it? Anyone? Yell out a guess. I don't care. 5. He says 5 more. What do you think? 4 more. Well, let's try them. So, because if you had the computer in front of you, you could try it. So 5 plus 5 is 10. It drew the figure, but it went past where it started, right? So let's try 9 altogether. So it drew the figure, but it went past where it started. So what number do you think? So we'll try 8. So we're just doing it through successive, through guesses now. So 8 is perfect. Is there another way you could have done that? Of knowing that it was 8? Some people start to see the octagon, right? Some people start seeing the internal shape and know that there's 3 sides missing. Some people say, I'm more than halfway around, so I'll do a little less than half. What? You must just divide 45 from 360, and you get 8. Right? So there's lots of ways to do it, and we can modify this in an interesting way. Let's see if I can do this really quickly. I'm not sure, but let me change the pen color here. I've done this before. I'll change the pen color to, I'm not sure what the colors are. Blue is 70. Okay, so I'm going to change the pen color here to 70, and up here, I'm going to change the pen color to red, which is 0. Good. Put these all together. Oh, I got to put that back in here. Set pen color 70. Now when I run cross, I get that. So now if I run it all together, that's not exactly what I wanted, but you could play with it a little bit, and you start seeing the inscribed shape, etc. Right? So there's a ton of stuff you can do from a blank screen of write your initials, draw a picture of Santa Claus, make a house, all that kind of stuff. But I want to show you, because we don't have a lot of time, it's like 1 minute exactly. I want to show you the genius of this software. And that is that there's a library of projects that have been created in it that are beautiful. So for example, if I take Titanic Rain from the web and drag it in, not only does it show me the result, it shows me the program that created it. So if I run this, I have the ability to run this program. If I change this number from 0 to 1, from 60 to 0, I get more citrus colors. If I change it the 100 to 30, I only get citrus colors. If I have no idea about X and Y coordinates, I don't know what this thing means, and I just play with the numbers, so that I'm going to go from, instead of negative 350 to 350, I'm going to go to 0. What's going to happen to my picture? Predict. What happened? It's all on that side. If I change this to 0 and this to 350, what's going to happen? Other side. If I say negative 100 to 100, negative 100 to 100, what's going to happen? We get a square in the center. What if I wanted to change the size of the dots? We can look at issues of magnification, right? Really playful. We're dealing with a ton of really powerful ideas here, very simply. And we have these beautiful images. We could take, I'll just show you one or two more that I love very quickly, of how you could teach with this, because now you're reading other people's programs and you're trying to understand them. So I have to overlay. And for those of you who haven't noticed, let me just show you the trick here. I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this as Vilnius Square. Okay? And I'm going to get a new project here. And if I go to my computer, Documents, and I just click on this, all I get is the picture. All I've got is the artifact. You understand? I can now put this on my desktop. I can make it on a t-shirt. I can put it in PowerPoint. But if I take the very same file and drag it into TurtleArt, it brought the code with it. It's because Brian Silverman, who created it, is an evil genius. Which means that these thumbnails, which are on the website or in my blog or on Twitter, could be just dragged in, and they have the program that creates them and the artifact. So we could drag this one in, curls. Sometimes I think as a teacher that I'm just a wise guy. I want to be a pain in the neck to my students. What's a challenge I can give them with that program? What's a challenge I can give them with what we have on the screen right now? Well, I could say make twice as many spirals. I could say make half as many spirals. I could say make the spirals in rows or columns of color. Right? That I could just modify this slightly and learn a lot in the process. I'll share one more with you. If I can find it. Ooh, bad. Come on. Okay, Turtle Art Gallery, icicles. There we go. And what's cool about this is I could even look at the full-size image of it and drag that in, and the program comes. And this is one of the fun things that I find in traveling around the world. I'm going to test it now in Lithuania. Is that stalactite or stalagmite? Stalactite. Right. This is something teachers know everywhere for some reason. It's the only single thing every teacher in the world knows. I can never remember it. So I'm a teacher, and we've got this program that creates stalactites. Yes? What's the challenge I can now give the students? Create stalagmites. It's non-trivial, but it's doable. And you're dealing with a ton of mathematics in that. So I just hope in the kind of 3 examples that I shared with you, you can start rethinking about not just the pedagogy, but creating the environment where it's playful, where it's lively, where it's exciting, where it's safe, where it's supportive, where the teacher doesn't let on how she feels. And we can create opportunities for kids to explore new and old branches of mathematics in ways that were unimaginable before. So I think I'll just end right there because I'm a couple minutes over. And once again, I want to thank you for your hospitality and the work that you do on behalf of children, and most of all, your stamina and ability to sit in those chairs for all this time. And I want to thank Valentina for inviting me. I'm happy to take any questions, but otherwise, I'm done. Thanks, folks. No, right, the Vilnius page. Go to Power Keynote. So there's a lot of resources at inventtolearn.com/Vilnius, including links to the Camille videos, including articles and handouts that she uses for games that you could play with children, your own children or children you teach, as well as links to Turtle Art and a lot of other things. Okay, so your question. Mm-hmm. I haven't looked at the computer science stuff that's been done by Khan Academy. But let me just say about Khan Academy in general, I have some strong feelings. First is, if you or Sal Khan want to sit in your parents' basement and make workbooks for children, God bless you. I have no problem with that. The problem with Sal Khan is him generalizing that to a theory of education. And there's a lot of very powerful people in the United States and around the world with a lot of money who really want to replace public school teachers with YouTube videos. And so when it becomes a system of education, I have real concerns about it. And I know Khan a little bit, and he has no imagination or curiosity whatsoever about how learning occurs or about what we've done in education in the past. So he has these ideas about things and doesn't realize we've tried them already or that they already exist. And more importantly, it's always didactic. It's always, I show you, you do, I show you, you do. And worst of all, since it's being often talked about as the future of education, it doesn't challenge any of the existing curriculum. Look, if I were a kid and I was having trouble in school, I would use Khan Academy. It would help. Right? I have no problem with that. But I have a problem with the fact that it's just school on a computer screen. And it's being sold as something that's much more valuable than that. I literally had a discussion with him where I said, I have no reason to believe that if you're trying to understand how to, if you're trying to make a video to explain quadratic equations to children, that you'll seek expertise in how children learn quadratic equations, and you'll immerse yourself in it, and you'll understand quadratic equations. But I am suspicious that you don't have the same level of curiosity about how learning occurs or about the history of education. And he said, that's correct. And then he said something even more disturbing, which was, I have a person from one of the leading stock exchange, hedge funds, stockbrokers, who's a data analyst, who has agreed to identify for me the 5% of all relevant educational research. And he's going to show that to me, and then I'm going to read it. So there was an underlying assumption that 95% of educational research is irrelevant, and there's 5% that this guy who works at a bank will help me find. I'm not making that. That's almost a direct quote. I was astounded by the conversation. And the other thing that Sylvia and I have found is, to their credit or discredit, they don't like critics very much, which I'm fine with. But if you write the words Khan Academy anywhere on the internet and don't say something glowing, you may get a phone call. And it's quite amazing. And I'll tell one more story related to that. Wired interviewed us. Were you in that article too? They interviewed me about Khan Academy. And I said, something along the lines of what I just told you. And then the next paragraph, they may have shared what I said with Bill Gates, who's a big fan of Khan Academy, because Bill Gates has no empathy. He doesn't understand that other people learn differently from him. So he finds things that he loves and invests in them and makes them available to other people, but instead of just making them available as a gift, he says everyone should do this. And Gates dismissed, and I can send you the reference, Gates dismissed constructivism as, quote, bullshit. Well, constructivism is a scientific theory, like gravity and evolution. And we shouldn't allow politicians and business leaders to approach learning science like knuckleheads approach climate change, right? So, look, Khan has made a real contribution in making these resources available to kids. If I was trying to do better in school, I would use them too, but I don't trust him as a source of wisdom on education. Anyone else? That's kind of a polemic, but I'll say one more. There's the old line in All the President's Men, the movie about Watergate in the United States, the big political scandal in the 1970s with Richard Nixon, brought down our presidency. Follow the money. It's not a bad idea for educators to follow the money, to find out if the people who are saying this nice thing over here are doing really bad things over there. And in a lot of cases they are. And so being cautious about who we're willing to do business with is really important. A last question? Yes, sir. You missed everything else. So this will be the best question of all. Like, what's the weather forecast, or... They should delight in the company of children. They should be curious, and they should see beauty and purpose in mathematics. How's that? I'm done. Mic drop, but then you'd have to pay for it.
Gary and Sylvia, I would like to thank you for your great lecture and for being in Vilnius again and again. And I would like to tell that you already promised to come to Constructivism Conference in Vilnius 2018. So we got right to run here in Vilnius.
I'll have to have a new act by then.
So, and Gary, I didn't read this book, but this is about Vilnius, about some.
Oh, fantastic!
Maybe you will find your fragrant.
Fantastic!
And Gary, you really have enjoyed.
Thank you so much. And we have our copy of our book for you as well.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you.
I'm going to pack up for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I like getting a question from someone who wasn't here. That's my favorite. That's my favorite.
It's kind of boring. I don't know.
Is it boring?
speaking at Baker Fair.
Tai šio seminaro tikslas... Galima įjungti. Šio seminaro tikslas buvo, kad jūs galėtumėte, kaip ir minėjau, bendradarbiauti kartu su mokslininkais, visi mokytojai, bendruomenė kartu. Ir mes siekime jums pristatyti ne tik informatikos, kaip ir girdėjote, mokymo veiklas, bet ir matematikos. O dabar toliau bus tikrai informatikos, kad suprasti, kam buvo skirtas šis. Ir mes sieksime skatinti bendradarbiavimą tarp mokytojų ir mokslininkų, bei pasiūlyti paprastą informatikos mokymo veiklų modelį, kurį galėtų taikyti informatikos pamokoje mokytojai, norėdami ir skatindami mokytojus bendradarbiauti kartu tarpusavyje. Ir pirmoji veikla, kurią mes siūlome, remiantis informatinio mąstymo konkurso patirtimi, tai pirmoji iš jų yra, jeigu galbūt netgi ruošiantis į šį seminarą, galbūt peržiūrėti Bebras.lt svetainę, ten atsirado naujas skyrelis informatikos mokytojams. Norėdami įtraukti ne tik mokinius į konkursą, bet ir paruošti mokytojus dalyvavimui konkurse, padėti jiems įgyti kompetencijų, kurios reikalingos mokymosi programai, kurios reikalingos mokytojams perteikti žinias. Sukūrėme tokią skiltelę, kurioje yra išdėstyti pagrindiniai informatikos mokymo konceptai. Šie konceptai buvo atrinkti ekspertų grupės, daugelį metų dirbo profesorė Valentina, atrenkant taip pat kolegė Gabrielė. Buvo atrinkta 30 konceptų, kurios mokiniai turėtų žinoti mokantis informatikos. Kaipgi tie konceptai yra pateikiami svetainėje? Na, kam kairėje, kam dešinėje pusėje, galit matyti pavyzdį ištrauką iš Bebras.lt svetainės. Tai tie konceptai yra suskirstyti į 5 kategorijas: informacija, skaitmeninės technologijos, algoritmas ir programavimas, virtualus komunikavimas, saugumas, etika ir teisė. Kiekvienoje šioje kategorijoje yra pateikiami konceptai, kurių pateikiamos apibrėžtys ir pavyzdukai, kaip galima juos pateikti mokiniams. Jeigu paprastai ateinate į klasę ir bandote paaiškinti konceptą, pavyzdžiui, aš pasirenku ciklą, ar ne, ateinu ir sakau mokiniams, ciklas yra tokia procedūra, ar ne, tas ir tas. Ką mokiniai, jie išklausys jūsų, sakys, gerai, žinau, čia moku, išmoksiu dar ir kai programuosiu, gausiu užduotėlę kažkokią programavimo, tada tikrai mokėsiu, ar ne? Ir jisai nemąsto, kas tai iš tiesų yra. Tai šioje svetainėje yra pateikiami pavyzdžiai Bebro uždavinių. Na, tiksliau, tie konceptai yra iliustruojami Bebro uždaviniais bei informatika be kompiuterio veiklomis. Štai čia matysite pavyzduką, kaip yra aiškinamas konceptas, kas yra dėklas. Tai svetainė yra apibrėžtis ir paskui yra išskiriamas lygiai. Kiekvienas mokytojas ar mokinys gali pasirinkti, kaip mokinys suprasta. Ar jam reikia sudėtingiau paaiškinti tą savoką, ar lengviau, ar toks vidutinių gebėjimų mokinys. Kodėl įtraukiami Bebro uždaviniai ar informatika be kompiuterio veiklos? Kaip manote? Sudėtingas klausimas, nesakiau, kad pavyzdžiai yra pateikiami, apibrėžtis naudoji pamokoje. Tačiau kodėl? Nepateikiam čia jokių nuorodų į programavimo pamokas, nes dauguma juk tikrai susijęt, kad ateina mokinys, aš jam paaiškinu teoriją, duodu kažkokią programavimo, galbūt užduotėlę ir toliau mokinys pats analizuoja, ką jis turi žinoti, priema vieną informaciją ar atmeta kitą informaciją. Tačiau kodėl būtent šiais pavyzdžiais yra iliustruojamas paaiškinimas? Svarbu tos 3 spalvos, ar nežiūrint iš šalies. Iš tiesų gal ir taip. Nes kodėl? Mes daugumą ateiname į klasę ar nenorėdami išmokti. Mokytojas mums sako, kartais nusimoju, jeigu esu mokinys, kad mokytojas, sudėtingai aiškino, aš nesupratau, ten pasiskaitysiu kažką ar ne tokio. Tai šiuo atveju, aš užfiksavau, kad lygiai yra, bet šiais pavyzdžiais yra siekiama, kad mokinys dirbtų pamokoje. Mokytojas būtų vedlys jam, kad mokiniai tarpusavį diskutuotų ir mokytojas jam padėtų. Jeigu jisai ateina, išklauso paskaitą, ką jis prisimins? Jam dar priminimo, reikia dar kažkokių nuorodų, ne? O, pavyzdžiui, jeigu mokytojas nori paaiškinti konceptą dėklas, jisai pasirenka iš tam tikro lygio, pirmo ar antro, ar trečio lygio uždavinuką arba veiklą informatiką be kompiuterio, kurioje yra pateikiama, duoda mokiniams, mokiniui ar tą užduotėlę ir veiklą ir mokinys ar mokiniai kartu diskutuodami sprendžia uždavinį ar dalyvauja veikloje. Mokytojas tuo tarpu padeda mokiniams ir idėja šių visų veiklų, kad mokiniai diskutuotų tarpusavyje, nesakant, ar mokiniai klysta ar ne. Jūs prieš tai matėte lektoriaus pavyzdį filmuką, kuris sulaukė daug diskusijų, taip? Taip. Dar šiais laikais tai tikrai žinau, kad mokykloje tikrai vienetai mokytojų, kurie dalyvauja, naudoja tokius mokymo metodus. Paprastai, kaip ir minėjau, išdėsto paskaitą, mokiniai ten padiskutuoja ir taip toliau. Tai šičia yra irgi vienas iš metodų, kaip pasiekti, kad mokiniai tarpusavyje bendradarbiautų, spręstų uždavinius ir mąstytų, padedant mokytojui. Dar viena veikla, kuri yra visiškai nauja ir galbūt žinoma tik tai tiems mokytojams, kurie šią vasarą dalyvavo bebro ir kengūros stovykloje, ar ne? Nes ir matė, kaip mokiniai išbandė. Tai yra nauja veikla, siūloma mokytojams, arba netgi mokiniams ir namuose kartu su tėveliais. Tai yra bebro žaidimo kortelės, kurioje yra pateikiami bebro konkurso uždaviniai. 72 įdomus uždavinukai, kurie, kaip tik profesorė Valentina demonstruoja, kurie yra suskirstyti pagal konceptus ir mokytojas gali pasirinkti, kaip mokiniui paaiškinti tam tikrą konceptą. Štai čia yra ir pavyzdys, kurį irgi jūs galite matyti, kaip atrodo kelios tos kortelės žaidimo. Tose kortelėse yra pateikiama uždavinio sąlyga. Šie uždavinukai yra atrinkti iš ankstesnių metų konkurso ir paaiškinimas kortelėse, kodėl tai informatika. Jeigu žiūrėsiu toliau, mes naudojame stovykloje būdami tokias taisyklės, kuomet mokytojas tiesiog stebi viską, o mokiniai kartu bendradarbiauja. Kaip, ar ne, sakysit? Tai mokiniai yra suskirstomi į kelias komandas. Viena iš komandų yra ekspertų grupė. Komandos gauna po 5 korteles uždavinukų, kuriuos turi spręsti. Taip pat gauna tas pačias korteles ir ekspertų grupė. Visiems kartu yra skiriamas laikas, priklausomai nuo uždavinių sudėtingumo, nes tikrai yra vieni lengvi uždaviniai, kiti sudėtingesni ir tų uždavinukų reikia, tiems uždavinukams spręsti reikia daugiau laiko. Visi kartu nurodytų laiko tarpu sprendžia tuos uždavinius. Laikui pasibaigus, kai kas gal jau spėjo perskaityti, kaip manot, ką daro mokiniai ar mokytojas? Jeigu jie sprendė tuos uždavinius kartu, grupelėse, ekspertai taip pat sprendė tuos uždavinius. Šiuo atveju mokytojas padeda, kad susibendrautų, nes kartais, žinot, ir klasėje būna ir iki muštynių, ar ne, kad diskutuojant reikia, tai kad nesimuštų kartu, bet grupelės pristato atsakymus, kaip jiems atrodo, kaip šį uždavinį spręsti, koks yra atsakymas. Ir svarbiausia, mokytojas šioje vietoje turi padėti mokiniui suprasti, kodėl tai informatika. Na, aš paskiau parodysiu jums pavyzdėlį, jūs pabandysit man tą patį padaryti, ką mes darėm su mokinukais. Ir šio žaidimo kortelių idėja yra viena iš tų, kad jeigu jos yra naudojamas pamokos metu, mokiniai diskutuoja tarpusavyje ir mokytojas to teisingo atsakymo kaip ir neišduoda. Jis bando įtraukti kiekvieną mokinį, kad jis pasakytų savo samprotavimą, kad pasakytų kiekvienas mokinys savo atsakymą. Ir vertina kiekvieną tą teisingą atsakymą ar paaiškinimą tą išrinktoji ekspertų grupė. Na, kai mes išbandėm vasaros vaikų stovykloje, tai tikrai buvo įdomu, nes vaikai pasitelkė ne tik, kad aš čia atėjau, papasakoju net istorinę, bet jie ir vizualiai viską pateikė, jie ir suvaidina netgi. Ir labai netgi buvo įdomu, kai vienas sprendė uždavinuką, kur buvo aiškinama algoritmo konceptas, vaikai netrodė, demonstravo, kaip tas algoritmas veikia. Tai iš tiesų šalies žiūrint, tai ką mokiniui tada sakyti, ar ne, kaip aiškinsi, kai jis pats netgi ir vizualiai gali parodyti. Na ir baigus žaisti šį žaidimą, mokytojas tiesiog, jeigu buvo klaidos, paaiškina padarytas mokinių klaidas ar pateikia išsamesnę informaciją. Tiek informacija, kuri yra pateikiama mokytojams Bebras.lt svetainėje, skilti informaciją mokytojams, tiek žaidimo kortelių idėja yra paremta konstrukcionistinio mokymo metodu, kuomet bandoma mokyti taip, kad mokinys konstruotų tai, ką jis gali padaryti, paremta konstravimu ir pagrindinė yra idėja, kad jis gauna viską išbandydamas. Štai šičia yra pavyzdukas uždavinuko, kurį aš norėčiau, kad jūs išbandytumėte, kaip mokiniai sprendžia tą. Aišku, šičia bus sunkiau, nes jūs ne korteles turite. Tačiau yra sąlyga, iš kurios aš norėčiau, kad jūs ją perskaitytumėt. Aš dar garsiai perskaitysiu, nes galbūt sunkiau yra įžiūrima. Ir norėčiau, kad jūs pasakytumėte, kodėl tai yra informatika. Tai sąlyga tokia, kad Martynas turi 8 nuotraukas. Viena iš jų jis norėtų padovanoti Julijai. Martynas užduoda Julijai keletą klausimų, kad suprastų, kurios nuotraukos ji nori. Ar norėtum nuotraukos su paplūdimio skėčiu? Taip. Ar norėtum nuotraukos, kurie aš su galvos apdangalu? Ne. Ar norėtum nuotraukos, kurioje matyti jūrą? Taip. Kurią nuotrauką Martynas turėtų duoti Julijai? Na ir 8 nuotraukos pateikiamos. Taip paprastai 8, o tai jeigu mokiniams duosite korteles ar atsiversite pavyzdį Bebras.lt svetainėje, tai irgi sakysi, davėt kortelę, mokiniai sprendžia. Koks atsakymas? 8. Gerai, tinka, ar ne? Ko aš dar norėčiau iš jūsų? Ar 8 tai būtų tai informatika? Būtent komentarų ir diskusijų, kodėl jeigu tas 8 paveiksliukas yra teisingas atsakymas, tai kodėl jisai? Tenkina tą sąlygą. O ką tai bendro turi su informatika? Kaip greitai, kaip 1, 2, 3 ir viskas. Tai kaip pagalba mokytojui Bebras.lt svetainėje taip pat yra pateikiama ir kai kurių uždavinių paaiškinimai. Jeigu, pavyzdžiui, man nekilo idėja, nes čia yra lengvas uždavinukas, specialiai parinktas tam, kad mes laiko sutaupytume, ar ne? Tai jeigu žiūrėsiu paaiškinimą, kaip manote, ar tiktų toks mokiniui paaiškinimas? Šičia tikriausiai bus 3-4 klasių mokiniams. Ne tik tai, bet jūs tą paaiškinimą realiai turėtumėte mokiniams na, vizualiai, kaip nors pademonstruoti, paaiškinti, ar ne? Ir jeigu dabar žiūrėsiu, tai informatika, kuri yra pateikiama Bebro kortelėse ir Bebras LT svetainė uždavinių pavyzdžiuose. Na šičia tai irgi parinktas toks ilgas paaiškinimas, ar ne? Bet tai idėja ir yra, kaip teigia ponė, nežinau, tik vardu atsiprašau, paaiškinimas loginės operacijos, dar ir daugiau girdėjau panašių atsakymų, ar ne? Tai ta dalis, kuri yra pateikiama mokiniui kortelėse ar mokytojui svetainėje Bebras LT, yra kaip pagalbinė. Kaip išvelgti tame uždavinyje tą savoką, konceptą, kuris mums reikalingas? Kaip manote, kodėl svarbu sieti su uždavinukais? Tikrai ateina ne vienas studentas į universitetą ir ne vienas dėstytojas pasako apie studentą savo nuomonę, ar ne? Sako, atėjo, jis žino, kas yra operacija, kas yra logika, ar ne, bet paaiškinti nebegali. Tas pats ir man buvo kažką, kai studijavau, gaunu aš savoką kažkokią apibrėžti ir nebežinau, kaip ją paaiškinti. Nu, man tai elementaru atrodo, kad ar ne, o kaip vaikui tai pateikti, paaiškinti. Šie uždavinukai yra realios gyvenimiškos situacijos. Na, aišku, jos vizualizuotos, kad mokinį pritrauktų. Realiai mokinys skaito sąlygą, jis mato realią gyvenimišką situaciją, kurią nagrinėja pavyzdžiais ir tuo metu gali mokytojo pagalba pasiaiškinti, kodėl tai yra informatika. Iki šios vietos gal turite dar klausimų? Kol kas prekyboje dar nėra, kadangi šios būtent kortelės, kurių mes pavyzdį įrodėme, tai tarptautinės grupės Bebro bendruomenės darbas, tai yra, na, jos nėra licencijuotos, kad būtų parduodamos. Galbūt ateityje žiūrėsime, nes yra ir dabar idėja kaip tik kūrimo etape kortelės pradinių klasių mokiniams. Na, šičia galbūt paveiksliuke matėte korteles, kurios yra rekomenduojamos vaikams nuo 8 metų. Tačiau tas visas rinkinukas, 72 uždavinukai, galbūt netgi daugiau orientuoti yra į vyresniuosius, kadangi jie yra sudėtingi, ypač kai 3 klasės prisijungia, 3 klasių mokiniai, tai yra atskirai ruošiamas pradinių klasių mokiniams komplektas, kuris, na, galbūt ir parduodamas. Ir sieksime, kad bent jau tikrai Bebro konkursą žinot, kad bus lapkričio mėnesį, sieksime, kad iki Bebro konkurso arba po jo tos kortelės pasiektų mokyklas. Be jokio užmokesčio, iškart man sufleruoja, kad bent jau vienoje klasėje išbandyti mokiniai tas korteles ir mokytojai galėtų padėti. Dar ko aš nepaminėjau, kadangi aš sakau, kad tai yra kaip rekomenduojamas veiklos informatikos pamokoje. Ir galbūt jums nuskambėtų, kad aš bandau įpiršti, kad jūs naudokite šias korteles ar šios konceptus Bebras LT svetainė informatikos pamokoje ir daugiau nieko. Ne, tai gali būti kaip pagalbinė priemonė mokiniams mokytis. Ypač, kai mes turime hiperaktyvių vaikų, kurie visada viskuo yra smalsus, visada visko ieško kažko, tai netgi ir ta tokia kaip papildoma veikla būtų, bei vaikai galėtų taip pat spręsti tuos uždavinukus ir su tėveliais. Gal dar turėtumėt klausimų? Jokio mokesčio, atsidarti interneto naršyklę, įvedat Bebras LT ir naudojatės. Ten visa yra informacija skelbiama ir apie dabar pradėtus vykdyti seminarus, kurie yra skirti būtent informatikos mokytojams, kad padėti jiems kažkokių pertikti žinių, kurios padėtų mokyti informatikos mokinius, ypač sudomintų mokinius. Tai tikrai laisvai prieinama. Ir dar dėl kortelių, ko nepasakiau, kai paklausėte, ar mokama ar ne, tai jeigu atsidarysite tą Bebras LT svetainę, prie leidinių skilties rasite elektroninę versiją, kurią galit, jeigu turite galimybę, atsispausdinti ir naudoti. Galbūt dar klausimų? Tai tada aš trumpai pristatysiu, kadangi daug pavyzdukų buvo ir jau rodyto gerbiamo svečio. Tai kitos galimos yra veiklos, yra informatika be kompiuterio, Khan Academy, Code.org, Computer Science for Fun. Informatika be kompiuterio pavadinimą aš jau paminėjau ir pavyzdžių veiklų pamatysite Bebras LT svetainėje. Tai yra knyga. Ir kuo ji bus ypatinga? Kaip manote? Galbūt jau išbandėte kas nors veiklas, kurios yra aprašytos šioje knygoje? Kai kurias išbandėte. Tai šioje knygoje yra aprašomos veiklos, kurios skirtos paaiškinti pagrindinius informatikos konceptus, nesinaudojant kompiuteriu. Rikiavimo sąvoką paaiškinti, algoritmo, Turingo mašinos sąvoką paaiškinti. Visos tos veiklos yra skirtos mokiniams be kompiuterio, nes ir, sakysim, kaip mes galim dirbti be kompiuterio, tačiau tą supratimą tokį pradinį, kad mokiniai turėtų. Khan Academy, čia aš labai neišsiplėsiu, šią sąvoką, šį pavadinimą jau girdėjote jau prieš tai, kai paklausė, ar jūs naudojate tą Khan Academy. Aš žinote apie ją ką nors. Tai Khan Academy yra įsteigta akademija, kuri garsėja įvairių dalykų pamokomis. Matematika, biologija, fizika, informatika ir programavimas. Ši priemonė yra laisvai prieinama, yra skirta tiek mokiniams, tiek mokytojams, tiek tėveliams. Pačioje platformoje Khan Academy yra pateikimi paskaitų įrašai, kuriuose aiškiai paaiškinama tam tikras dalykas, ką norima mokiniams perteikti, paaiškinimai, pavyzdėliai, bei galimybė išbandyti viską online. Taip pat mokytojas ar mokinys gali sekti visą mokymosi procesą ir tobulintis. Šia yra pateikiamos nuorodos, kuriomis ir jūs galite pasinaudoti, mokant informatikos ar programavimo. Aš trumpai tuoj paleisiu filmuką. Čia garso man, jeigu galima. Čia yra filmukas vienas iš tų, kuris naudojamas mokymo tikslais ir jame aiškinama yra algoritmos konceptas. Kuo jis ypatingas ir kodėl būtent atrinktas. Tokie video įrašai yra ir kiti. Juose yra pateikiama pagrindinė informacija, kurią mokinys turėtų žinoti.
One definition might be a set of steps to accomplish a task. You might have an algorithm for getting from home to school, for making a grilled cheese sandwich, or for finding what you're looking for in the grocery store. In computer science, an algorithm is a set of steps for a computer program to accomplish a task. Algorithms put the science in computer science, and finding good algorithms and knowing when to apply them will allow you to write interesting and important programs. Let's talk about a few famous algorithms. How does Google Hangouts transmit live video?
Šie vaizdo įrašai yra patrauklus mokiniams ir mokytojams, nes juose yra paaiškinama pats konceptas ir pateikiami pavyzdžiai, kurie nėra tik susijęs su informatika, bet ir su įvairiais dalykais.
How does Pixar
Štai čia galite matyti pavyzdį, kaip yra pateikiama teorinė medžiaga. Ir galite matyti, kad ta teorinė medžiaga, kurią mokinys perskaitė, gali taip pat ir išbandyti. Pavyzdžiui, mokant reikėjimo, mokinys perskaito teoriją, jeigu kažko nesupratus, gali ir vizualiai išbandyti tą teorinę medžiagą. Na, čia pateikiamas taip pat turinio pavyzdys. Aš jų nekomentuosiu, galėsite patys išbandyti atsidarę tas svetainės. Programavimas. Kuo ypatinga Khan Academy mokant programavimo? Kaip manote? Vaizdinis programavimas, gal dar kažkokių minčių? Paprastai, jeigu jūs ieškote metodinės medžiagos apie programavimą ir kokį kitą dalyką, jūs pasiemat knygą, kurioje yra išdėstyta teorinė medžiaga, ar ne, pateikimi kažkokie pavyzdžiai, kuriuos jūs galite naudojantis programą išbandyti, matyti, kaip veikia visas procesas, ar ne. O Khan Academy platforma yra pateikimi vaizdą, net ne vaizdą, atsiprašau, suklydau, interaktyvūs pratimai ir interaktyvūs video įrašai. Na, čia, pavyzdžiui, matote vieną iš pavyzdžių, kai piešiamos yra figūros, ką gali mokinys ar mokytojas. Čia yra pateikiamas kodo pavyzdys. Jeigu aš paleisiu pačią nuorodą, man aiškins vaizdo įraše, ką tas kodas reiškia, ką aš matysiu toje šypsenėlėje, kokius pokyčius. Jeigu aš noriu išbandyti pats, sustabdau įrašą ir tame pačiame lange išbandau kodą. Pakeičiu man norimus parametrus ar kažkokias funkcijas ir galiu matyti, kaip vyksta pokyčiai, kurie yra pristatomi vaizdo įraše. Dar viena yra siūloma veikla code.org. Aš apie ją labai neišsiplėsiu, kadangi jūs ir matėte pavyzdžius ankstesnėse skaidrėse. Tik tai galbūt paminėsiu, kad ir kaip sakė gerbiamas svečias, kad ta funkcija drag and drop tai nėra programavimas, tačiau ypač mažiesiems vaikams tai tikrai yra naudinga priemonė, kurioje jie gali matyti visą procesą. Ir kaip pas code.org įkūrėjas sako, jeigu išmoksite pagrindus drag and drop, vadinasi, jūs norėsite išmokti ir toliau programavimo kalbą. Dar viena veikla, kuria taip pat yra siūloma Computer Science for Fun. Pradininkas yra Paul Curzon, kuris leidžia, kuria kartu su kolegomis laikraštukus, kuriuose yra mokoma, kaip dirbti klasėje be kompiuterio. Paprastas pavyzdys, mes stovykloje išbandėm tokią veiklą, kurioje dėstytojas rodė kortų triuką. Mokiniam kortos tai, vaje, čia aš pažiūrėsiu, pabandysiu ar ne. Dėstytojas parodė tą kortų triuką ir vaikų prašė paaiškinti, kas vyksta rodant tą triuką. Atrodytų elementaru, ar ne? Čia kažkokia magija, ar ne? Kažką reikia išbandyti. Tai baigus tą triuką ir išgirdus visų mokinių nuomonės, ką to triuko metu darė lektorius mokytojas, dėstytojas paaiškino, kuo tai susiję yra su informatika ir programavimu. Na, pavyzdžiui, jis rodė tuo metu kortų triuką, kuriame slypėjo algoritmo konceptas. Mokiniai sakė, gal ir žinojau šitą, bet nebūčiau pagalvojęs, kad su tuo tai yra susiję. Tai nuorodoje, kuri yra pateikiama, galite pasižiūrėti ir daugiau pavyzdžių. Tiek labai trumpai norėjau pasakyti, kadangi ir jūs matom, kad esate pavargę. Tikėkime, kad toliau bendradarbiausime ir sužinosime kartu tiek mes iš jūsų, tiek jūs iš mūsų. Ir tada profesorė dar norėtų tarti žodį.
Tikiuosi, kad jūs gal turite klausimų, Linai, gal pirmiausiai, o paskui aš noriu dar 2 idėjas jums pasakyti trumpai ir atiduoti pažymėjimus. Ar turite klausimų, Linai?
Skaidrės tikrai bus patalpintos Bebras.lt svetainės skyrelėje
Mes tenksimės visas skaidrės ir svečiai sukūrė puslapį, jam irgi iš Bebras LT bus irgi nuoroda į svečių puslapį, svečių skaidrės, kad visą galėtumėt pasiimti, naudoti. Tai dar klausimų? Na, jeigu nėra, tai aš daugiau noriu pasakyti dar tas 2 idėjas, kurios man čia, na, tiesiog kilo ir labai norisi pasakyti, aišku, daugiau dar kas norisi, bet užteks 2. Tai viena yra pakomentuoti dar gaila Silvija trupučiuką nelabai kaip galavo, nelabai kalbėjo šiaip, nors jinai yra tikra mokytoja ir labai puikiai moka taip kalbėti, gal netgi žemesnių lygio, na, žemesnių tai nereiškia blogesnių, bet ta prasme labai prieinamų ir gražiai mokytojų iš mokytojų ir mokinio pozicijos. Bet geri paskaitose, gal jūs labai matėte, kad jis labai akcentuoja šitą maker movement, tai yra ta, nežinau kaip čia, darytojų arba gal mokytis darant judėjimą, ir tai yra labai smagu ir tai, žinokit, čia visiškai neprieštarauja ir ką mes čia jums dar siūlėme. Lina ką tik papasakojo apie ten ar korteles, ar aš manyčiau, kad viskas turi būti daug to balanso ir nėra vienos, kad vienaip tik galėtumėm daryti. Bet aišku, ką Geri siūlo, yra tikrai nuostabu. Čia jie tie daikčiukai, jisai, na, tiesiog gal nespėjo jums ir visko ir parodė, čia ir dėl mano kalties, kad aš noriu ir to, ir aš jam ten vakar naktį dar išrinkau, ko labiau norim, o labiau man norisi vis tokių irgi idėjų ir pakilėjimo ir jums nebeliko laiko kada dirbti. Aišku, ir kita pusė dar, kadangi jie atvažiavo atostogų metu, tai jie neatsivežė čia pilno lagamino visų tų daiktelių ir tada pažiūrėjo, auditorija didelė, tai ten su keliais būtų sunku padaryti. Bet iš tikrųjų tie valdikliai, tie visi, kurie kainuoja ten 2, 3, 4 dolerius, jie yra prieinami ir apie juos mums reikia galvoti, mums visiems reikia galvoti. Aš dabar nežinau, ką su jais, aš šiek tiek žinau, bet va mano jau kolegės Anita, Lina, Gabrielė, čia, mes jau įsigijom mažytę ten rinkinį tokį ir tai yra irgi šiandien toks gal irgi simbolinis, kad startas, kad mūsų skyriui pradėsim ten nagrinėti ir kažką tokį ir galėsim draugė pasimokyti kitą kartą, kitom dienom, nu, manau, gal šiais metais susitikę, tai yra vėlgi tas rankas prilietę, išbandyti su tom kažkas naujo, kur nereikia galbūt galvom tų kompiuterių už 1000 eurų ar už kelius šimtus eurų, bet galbūt galima padaryti klasių už keliasdešimt dolerių, kur galbūt nereikia ir tada didelių ministerijos ten tų investicijų ar kažko, o mes galim jau keisti savo aplinkoje kažką tokio. Tai čia aš norėjau jums pasakyti, kad įvairių kelių yra ir įvairių bandymų. Ir antroji mano idėja, kur irgi prieš visai porą savaičių, na, prieš 3 savaitės, kadangi prieš porą savaičių aš dar buvau Kostarikoje, prieš 3 savaitės buvau Bratislavoje. Tai Bratislavoje sutikau Ivaną Kalašą, nežinau, kas jūsų dar prisimenat, ar ką nors susieja, dar keli gerai. Tai yra Ivanas Kalašas, kuris ir Komeniš logo, faktiškai iš jo grupės atėjo į Lietuvą, bet jis dabar gavęs metus buvo Britanijoje, kur jį Britai gerai nupirko ir pasamdė, kad Britanijos mokyklose kūrybiškumą mokytų, ir išbandytų visokiom priemonėm, beje, pas Richardas Nosas, kuris irgi vieną kartą buvęs Lietuvoje, beje, jo šaknis irgi kažkiek su Lietuva susijęs iš Britanijos. Tai ir jie, kai man jis, irgi entuziastingai, aš turėjau tik tai valandą, tai mes susėdė valandą prie kompiuterį, ką jisai padarė Britams, bet sakė, tai yra gavo teisę ir nemokamai ir kitiems duoti. Tai yra jis žadėjo, kad tą gruodžio mėnesį mums tikrai, mūsų mokykloms tikrai duos. Tai yra galbūt mums reikės išversti ar ką nors, bet tai yra idėjas irgi tokia, kaip panašiai čia Geri rodė, bet tik tai ne su valdikliais, Gerio daugiau yra ta mokykla, o su, logotipo, skrečio tipo, ar kaip jūs norit, bet visi kūrybiškai kurti visokius įdomius dalykėlius mokiniams ir sakė, kad jis ten irgi parodė daug nuotraukų, kad Britų mokyklose, kur ėjo išbandę vaikai, žybančiom akim žiūri, ten ir 5, 6 ir 4 ir viso kito. Tai čia irgi dar vienos tokios medžiagos, galbūt Ivana sugebės ir čia irgi atsikviesti, kad ne tik tai čia mes perpasakotumėm, o jisai pats galėtų atvažiuoti. Tai mano čia tos idėjos, kurios čia dabar taip ekspromtų kilo, kad jums reikia ir tai parodyti, o dabar aš, nežinau, žadėjau Sigitą ateiti, gal, kad teiktumėm kartu pažymėjimus, gal pakviesk Sigitą ir jau mūsų užbaigiamasis momentas, o dar aš jūsų laukiu, gal ar man, ar Balinai, vieną kitą klausimą, jeigu turit. Ar turit dar kokį klausimą, ar prašymą, ar komentarą, jeigu turit ką nors, aš tikrai jums labai dėkinga, mes visi labai dėkingi, kad jūs esate čia, kad jūs ir atvažiavę, ir suvykę, ir kad pasidžiaugiam kažkokiom akimirkom, kad galim pamastyti ir galbūt tų minčių mums užteks dar irgi keliom savaitėm. Neturit daugiau klausimų? Taip, ačiū. Tai aš irgi apskritai, aš ir esu iš tų laisvų, kur darau visuomet ne tai, ko manęs reikalauja, ir darau, ką noriu, ir dažnai dar ką noriu, taip kad manau, kad pagal irgi netgi kartais ir pati pajaučiu, kad aš čia vieną žadu, paskui kitą atsivedu lektorių, ar kitos idėjų kilo, ir nežinau, kaip mano doktorantams gerai lengva dirbti, bet man tai labai patinka, nes vis laik mes prisigeneruojam kažko naujo ir staiga vėlgi. Tai aš manau, tai pats gyvenimas, tai yra svarbiausia, kad mums visiems yra įdomu. Vienas įdomus, vienas kitam, ir kad mes tuo galim dalintis, ir iš tikrųjų pasidžiaugimas tai yra tas nuostabiausias. Ir kai jūs matot, kai jūsų mokiniai vaikai džiaugiasi, tai yra tas pats nuostabiausias. Aišku, mes esame įsprausti egzaminą ir kur, bet čia ne tik mes, čia daug kur Europoje, ir kur, bet esant ir tom situacijom, irgi reikia palikti langus, kuriais galėtum džiaugtis. Ačiū, Tomai. Tai ar yra dar klausimas paskutinis? Jeigu ne, tai Sigita, jūs čia prašom įteikti pažymėjimus, nes vis tiek čia jūsų namai, jūsų patalpos. Galime kartu, bet gal tada skaitomėm. Aš gal paspausiu ranką, jūs galite skaityti.
Tai iš tiesų labai smagu matyti, kad praktiškai be pertraukų ir dar gyvi. Tai jau ilgiau nebereikėtų laikyti, tai tik tai pažymėjimai, bet aš lygiai